moments ago here at Progressive Field.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
all the celebs in the house tonight.
First pitch is going to be thrown tonight by Flo and Jamie. How about that?
How are you not catching the first pitch tonight? What are your
I'm
all-time
up here with
favorites?
you guys. I would never.
I could have hosted the show with Danielle. Would have been fine.
You could have. You would have been fine. You're right. Or I could host the show with her, and you could have went
There
down
you go.
and caught the first pitch. Welcome back. Alan Jensen with you. And Danielle Dwyer joins us from Progressive Insurance. Danielle, thanks for being here, first of all. Boy, what a special night tonight for Progressive Insurance, number one. But number two, giving away a car to a veteran.
Yeah, Al. So for 12 years now, Progressive Insurance has hosted its Keys to Progress program, where the goal of that is to drive veterans' lives forward. To date, we have gifted over 1,000 vehicles to veterans across the country. And tonight, we have one of those very deserving veterans with us, Eric Howes. Eric is a combat veteran. He served in the Army for 10 years. And then he transitioned, of course, into civilian life. He's overcome homelessness, and he's worked to provide for his family. But last year, he was thrown a curveball. His vehicle broke down. He was forced to take public transportation, which, as you can imagine, is pretty costly.
Yeah.
But also, in addition to that, it proves some challenges for his 8-year-old son with special needs. But I'm excited to say we're changing all that today for him, because we are gifting him a vehicle thanks to Progressive's Keys to Progress program. We have him live here in this stadium. We're about to unveil that car for him, hand him the keys over, and help him get back on the road and get back into his life.
I'm excited. I want to see what it is.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
Let's go to it. Here it is. Oh, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. So, a 2023 Chevy Equinox, less than 100 miles on it. This is going to be something that Eric can definitely use, and man, you can just feel the excitement over there.
Yeah, it's exactly what his family needs. I know I gave you just kind of a brief synopsis of what him and his family have been through over the years, and this is exactly what they're looking for. It's going to alleviate that anxiousness that his young son feels, when riding public transportation. It's going to provide them that convenience, that sense of security, make sure that they feel safe, that they can get to appointments when they need to. But most of all, they're so excited to get back to doing family road trips together.
I can imagine, and probably just a sneak peek of events like this to come for you guys as well.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, Jensen, because next month, of course, we align our Keys to Progress program every year with Veterans Day. So next month, on November 14th, we will be gifting almost 100 vehicles to veterans all across the country in cities everywhere, not only veterans, but military organizations and veteran-owned business owners, which is wonderful. It helps them get back on the road, help the veterans and their communities that they serve, and move forward and live fully in their lives.
Beautiful. Awesome.
That is fantastic.
So.
Danielle, thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for
giving
having
away
us.
a car. And yeah, we'll have to do this again next year, right?
Yeah, we've
Keep
never given
cars.
a car away like this before. So it's wonderful to be able to do it here at Progressive Field.
It certainly is. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having us.
You got it. All right, when we come back, we've got more here before first pitch. Guardians and Astros coming up from Progressive Field tonight as the Guardians try to chase down the Yankees for that top seed in the American League. We are back right after this. Live is brought to you by GMC. Visit your Northern Ohio GMC dealer for a test drive today. By Union Home Mortgage, promises kept. And by the Calvetta Brothers Floor Show. It's time to fall in love again with your home. Cards and Astros here tonight in Cleveland. First game of a 3-game weekend set to round out the regular season. Big crowd expected here tonight. Joey Cantillo on the hill for Cleveland. First pitch is coming up in less than 15 minutes right here on Valley Sports. Ramel Blanco is on the hill for Houston. He's had a good season for the Astros. Should be a good pitching matchup. Should be a good overall matchup here tonight. Time for the Calvetta Brothers Floor Show. It's time to fall in love again. With September 27th, 2023, it's been a year since we did this. The Guardians fans saluted Terry Francona in his final home game with Cleveland.
Still surreal, right? And to think about everything he meant coming in his first year in 2013, the change of the culture, 10 straight wins that year, his first one at the helm to get into the postseason of that wild card game here at Progressive Field against the Rays. A fond farewell to arguably the greatest to do it in franchise history. We'll never forget Tito and everything he did from day one to put this team where they are.
That's what's the amazing thing, too. He started this run back in 2013, and Cleveland's continued it right through now. Tito did such a great job. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Right.
There's no doubt about that. Now Stephen Vogt in his first year. I don't know if we can put him in the Hall of Fame
Not yet. He's on his way.
Well, he's off to a great start, isn't he?
Well, I mean, how do you really quantify the year? And I think for him, regardless of how the season ends up, he'll get a chance to kind of sit with himself and his thoughts and reflect. But I don't even think in his wildest dreams he thought this could be the way it would start in year one. But man, keep it on rolling. It is so fun to see him. The guys love playing for him. They respect him. Hopefully it's the first of many to come of those champagne baths with him at the helm.
They just never get old. The more of them, the better. Hopefully we'll have 2-3 of those coming up here in October / maybe November. American League playoff picture for you. Okay, Cleveland and New York guaranteed the 1 and 2 slots. Houston is locked in at 3. Cleveland still could catch the Yankees. They've got to win. New York has got to lose. Baltimore has clinched a playoff spot. Now you're down to Kansas City, Detroit, and Minnesota. It looks like the Twins are done.
No, the cliff notes here. Kansas City and Detroit control their own destiny. They win tonight, they're in. If Baltimore wins and either Kansas City or Detroit lose, they're locked in as the 4th seed.
It's amazing to see where Minnesota and Kansas City both were about a month ago and where they're both at now. That's a wrap for Guardians Live. Thanks for joining us. Coming up next, Matt, Rick, and Andre in the ballgame. Guardians and Astros. Jensen and I are back with you after the game. Stay with us on Valley Sports. Have a good one.
Time is running out on the 24 regular season. Fortunately for us, Jose Ramirez is timeless. He is a throwback to a bygone era. A guy who plays every game as though it would be his last. His fierce competitiveness masks his pure joy for the game. He is an absolute treasure. Jose and the Guardians take on the Houston Astros in the final series of the regular season here at Progressive Field. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. It's all set for the Guardians. They're in the playoffs. They'll get a brief, week off before they start next Saturday. The only question now is to sit around and wait and see who they play. It could very well be these Houston Astros.
It certainly could be. But let's keep talking about Jose Ramirez, because I'll tell you what, he's starting to finish the year as he started this year. And I mean, Jose is just so underrated, but he had a big night the other night. It starts out with a triple, just missed another home run. Then he hits a double, pure hustle all the way to second base. And one of the farthest home runs he's hit in his career, it was a 3-run home run where they ended up winning the ball game. This guy is having some kind of year, and now it's for personal goals. I'd love to see him get 2 more home runs, 2 more doubles. Let's see 40, 40, and 40. That would be something very, very special for Jose.
That would be an incredible hat trick. That's our Medical Mutual hometown highlight. And look, the Guardians, Stephen Vogt, they've made it clear. They're playing each one of these last couple of games. They want to play to win. You want to play it the right way. But, yeah, if you're Jose Ramirez, this is the time where you can go for it.
Absolutely right. You can go for it. There's nothing left of it, and he will, by all means. So I hope it does happen.
We're looking forward to watching Jose take his hacks tonight. Joey Cantello will pitch for Cleveland. Our coverage continues after this. We'll catch up with Andre Knott straight ahead.
Cleveland Guardians baseball is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. By DHL Supply Chain, now hiring for a wide range of salaried, managerial, and operational roles. Apply today at joindhl.com. And by Spectrum, a connection that's built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Mike Tomato here.
here at Progressive Field. They have raised the Central Division Championship banner as the Guardians host the Houston Astros in the final series of the regular season. Joey Cantillo will make the start amidst a few raindrops here at game time tonight. As we go down to Andre Knott, Dre, in August, Joey Cantillo really struggled. 13 earned runs in 15 innings of work. But what has been the difference for him in the month of September, where he's allowed 2 earned runs in 16 innings of work?
Understanding his velocity, how to use it, when to use it, and how to use it best. I think early on in his career, he was trying to throw everything as hard as he could, because what do we always hear about velocity? But I had a great conversation when I was talking to him just a few days ago before the start of just learning that it's okay to throw 91-mile-per-hour fastballs. He doesn't have to throw 96 all the time, especially with how slow he can throw that changeup.
Yeah, no, that's honestly something I've battled the organization with for some time. And I think, I've always been somebody that's had like a bigger spread in my velocities. And I think, that's probably hurt me at times in different aspects of the game. From a season standpoint, even from a start pitch by pitch, at bat standpoint. But, I think for me, I think that's just an older school approach of like, okay, I know if I'm challenging a guy with this fastball, I know in the back of my head I know I have more, a couple miles per hour, whatever it may be. And sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, and whatever it is. But that's at least what I know and how I try to think about it sometimes.
We had a lot of fun talking about Matthew Boyd understanding pitching and understanding reading swings. What Joey Cantillo to me is truly saying, Rick, he has understood swings for a long time. Knowing what pitch to throw to that swing or against that swing is what he's had to learn. And I think to answer your question, Matt, because of that guy we're looking at right there, Carl has helped him understand when to let it go and when to take a little off.
It's all a matter of experience now and getting to the big leagues and watching everything and dealing with everybody. He's learning, but he's been so much better that second time from September on. He's using that changeup a lot more.
We focus so much these days on velocity and high-octane fastballs. Pitching still about putting a little on, taking a little off.
It's just a little.
Just disrupt that hitter's timing.
Exactly.
Joey Cantillo's in action tonight. First pitch, Guardians-Astros, coming up next. Before we get started, let's check out our storylines brought to you by Wayside Furniture. The playoff picture looks like this. The Astros are locked in as the number 3 seed going into postseason play. If they win their wild card series, they would come to Cleveland to open the ALDS here against Cleveland.
That makes sense. All righty. Let's take a look at Joey Cantillo now, who is making his start. He is a Chevy Network dealer starting pitcher, and his last 3 starts since being called up has been very good. In his 16 innings, he got 22 strikeouts, only 4 walks. He's using that changeup much better, and you don't walk people. He's being very aggressive, trying to attack the hitters, and that's what you have to do to this Houston club because they're the #1 hitting team in baseball with a .261 average.
Let's take a look at the Astros starting lineup under manager Joe Espada, brought to you by Progressive. The all too familiar Jose Altuve in the leadoff spot. Kyle Tucker will bat second. That man, Alex Bregman, hitting third. Yainer Diaz, the catcher, hits cleanup. Vic Caratini at first base, hitting fifth. Zach DeCenzo, the DH, will bat sixth. Jake Myers is seventh. Mauricio Dubon batting eighth. And Gray Kessinger hits ninth. Game time temperature, 72 degrees, cloudy conditions. There'll be some raindrops at times, but hopefully not enough that it will disrupt play tonight. A big cheer for Jose Altuve as he steps in. And the first pitch of the game is popped up foul. Naylor gives it a look, but it's in the seats on a play. Jose Altuve, 9th in the American League in runs scored with 92. And that batting average good for 7th best in the AL. Now, bunt attempt foul. Rick mentioned the Astros have a good team batting average. Big part of that, 3 guys in the Astros lineup are ranked among the top 7 hitters in the American League, with the exception of Yordan Alvarez. He's not here tonight. He is back in Houston dealing with a knee sprain. They're trying to get him healthy in time for that wild card series.
Well, they sure hope he will be available because that's a big man to miss in that lineup.
Yeah.
Now the guy I circle is Tucker, because Tucker's back, playing and playing very well for them. Bregman, you'll have to pitch to if you go around Tucker, but
you can pitch around Tucker without Alvarez here is what what they're worried about over there.
No doubt.
They are. I know you circle Tucker, and I agree, but Tucker's coming back from a shin injury. He's only played, I think, 14 games since he's been back.
Yeah, but they've been pretty good, though, those 14
he can swing
games.
It. Yes, they have. He can swing it.
Yeah, 14 starts, 16 games back. That's what they need. He's one of their best players.
The 0-2. Again, it's fouled off by Altuve.
And this is what this lineup does. That's their #1 as far as batting average goes, but they foul pitches off. They make pitches work. They don't walk a lot. They're 13th in the league in walks, only 438, but they make you work to get them out.
Changeup bounced in there. 1-2 the count. And a line drive single up the middle. He got a changeup, but he waited back on it. He's going to go for 2. Here's the throw. It might be in time. They got him. The Astros are checking with their replay official. And they will challenge.
Let's see if the foot gets in. Nope. From this height, it looked like he might have gotten the foot in. And then he gets the knee.
You know what screwed up Jimenez? The bag got in his way.
Yeah, by the time he could get that tag down. That foot gets there, and then that could be overturned.
As he took that short hop throw, he went to turn the tag, and his glove hit the bag, and that just stopped him enough to allow Altuve to get in there.
An inch, maybe 1 frame of coming out. But he hustles, and he's going to try and get into scoring position. The foot comes in. Here comes the tag. It looks like it gets him at the knee. It does, but is the foot in there? That is the question. Boy, that's close either, no matter which way you look at it. And the ball looks like it's coming out of Jimenez's glove, but it's sitting in that pocket. Right out of the chute, the first hitter. We're already in a replay. How about that?
Yeah, Jimenez knows that if he hadn't hit the bag first, I think he's easily retires him.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe. Houston will retain their challenge.
Yeah, okay, so that's the point. He got his foot in by the time that tag was applied. So he hustled his way into a double.
That was Bruce Dreckman, your second base umpire, who made that call that was overturned. Mark Wegner, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes tonight. Jim Wolf at first base, and Jeremy Riak, your third base umpire. Here's Kyle Tucker. Tucker is back, as we just mentioned, from the fractured shin that he suffered earlier this year. He was lost for 3 months.
Yeah, he sure was. And he was swinging the bat very well when they went out. He was right there right around the leaderboard in home runs.
Yeah. But how many times do we see guys foul balls off their shin?
Yeah.
You know, and they don't get hurt. You said 39 games. You don't see it often, so it obviously hit the wrong spot.
Chopped up the middle. Big hop for Jimenez. He can't find the handle, though. And everybody's safe. Altuve moving to third.
You know, he knew he had to get the ball out of the glove quickly because you've got him going down. But once he brings it out, you watch, it doesn't stay in the hand. He had to get it, just never transferred it cleanly to where he could make a throw.
It scored a single. And the Astros have them at the corners with Alex Bregman at the plate. Guardians will bring the infield in. And the pitch is outside for ball one. Bregman was 8 for 26 with 3 home runs on the Astros' just completed homestand.
There's a nice curveball. That's the one down a 2-0 count. You have to get in the strike zone. You don't have to try and throw a nasty one to get a swing and miss. Just get yourself a strike. They've never faced him before.
Right field. Brennan will make the catch. Tagging and coming home to score is Altuve. 1-0 Houston.
And Bregman, a guy that normally pulls the baseball, but trying to get the job done, stays on it, goes to right field, hits a sacrifice fly, and Houston will play from in front tonight. 75th RBI for Bregman.
Now to bring up Yainer Diaz. Former Cleveland farmhand has turned out to be a very good offensive catcher. Batting .299, 16 homers, 84 runs batted in, and he's got 29 doubles.
Well, him and Carantini do the bulk of it.
They're the best hitting tandem, catching tandem in baseball. For all the talk we have about catchers not hitting, Houston is the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, they get some offense out of their catchers. They sure do.
Diaz is 5th in the American League with a .299 average.
And Carantini playing first base tonight in that game.
Yeah, first base has been a revolving door for Houston since the release of Jose Abreu.
That's back when we were there in April for the first time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Missed down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Diaz, he's a guy that when he gets his hits, they tend to come in bunches. He had 3 consecutive multi-hit games earlier this month, and he's done that 6 times this year.
Well, you know how good hitters go. They get one they want to. They get greedy.
Bo Naylor sets up inside. Jammed him, and it's fouled off.
And Diaz is a guy that can use the whole field. You know, he's just not one way. He can slap it to right. He can turn on it. He can do a number of different things at the dish. He has 84 RBIs on the year and hitting .299 for an average. That's awesome.
He has grounded into a team-high 22 double plays.
Well, then get yourself a grounder.
Out of play. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. First strikeout for Cantillo. 2 down in the inning.
Let's check out that Guardians defense now that we have an opportunity. Brought to you by Rally House, Quans in left, Thomas in center, Brennan over in right. Ramirez and Schneemann get the left side of the infield. Jimenez and Josh Naylor get the right side with Bo Naylor catching.
Here is Victor Caratini. And a slow curveball is called a ball. Caratini at first base tonight. He's become the personal catcher for Yusei Kikuchi. He's been behind the plate for all 10 of the left-hander starts. He missed 25 games earlier this year with a hip flexor strain. He's also been Houston's best bat off the bench with 8 pinch hits.
Nice to have a guy you can go to in that situation.
Just a little high. 3 balls and a strike. This inning began with a hustle double and a rare mishandle by Jimenez on a bouncing ball up the middle. There's a weak ground ball hit to short. And another misplay. No. This time it's Schneemann who can't find the handle. Wow, that will be a straight error.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it was just an easy flip to second base, and I don't know what happened. Didn't come out of the glove when he wanted it to. You get there easy. It was hit like a changeup. So there it is. Just came out of his hand. And Jimenez was there. Just couldn't get to it in time.
So with 2 down and a runner at first, here is Zach DeCenzo, the hometown boy, so to speak. Grew up in Canton. He's a Marlington Duke. Takes a curveball for a strike. Went down state. Played collegiately for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Swing and a miss. DeCenzo playing his 18th game this year. He was called up prior to today's game, though, when they optioned infielder Shea Whitcomb back to AAA. Now the 2-strike pitch in the dirt. It will be interesting to see for Houston over this weekend if they can get both Yordan Alvarez and Chas McCormick healthy enough to be on the Wild Card Series playoff roster. Swing and a miss. Cantillo strikes him out to end the inning. Astros strike first. They lead it 1-0.
Ronel Blanco will be the starting pitcher, your Chevy Network dealer starting pitcher for Houston. He's having a nice year. Overall, 12-6 and a fine ERA of 2.88, 163 strikeouts in his 162 innings, but only 113 hits. He doesn't give up many hits, and he does have 66 walks. So let's see if you make him get in that strike zone.
Fastball up and away. Stephen Kwan, 8th in the American League with a .292 batting average. Coming into tonight. Went 2 for 4 in his first game back Wednesday night against Cincinnati off the injured list with a home run.
He has pitched one other time. That was last year, August 2nd, against us, where he went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. He walked 4.
You know, it's amazing when you look at his numbers. I mean, a 193 batting average against, a whip that's 9th best in the league, 2nd best earned run average. That is the only issue. He is 5th in the league in allowing walks.
That's what I'm saying. You got to make him get in that strike zone. You don't help him.
Here's the rest of Stephen Vogt's starting lineup, brought to you by Progressive. It's Kyle Manzardo as the DH. Jose Ramirez bats 3rd. Josh Naylor, Lane Thomas, Andres Jimenez in the middle. Then it's Will Brennan, Bo Naylor, and Daniel Schneemann batting 9th. And it may just be because of the walks why he's not already a slam dunk to be their Game 2 starter. Framber Valdez will open the wild card series. That's no surprise. But Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi could slide into that Game 2 role over Blanco.
I haven't seen this guy pitch except the one time he pitched against us. Maybe that's the one reason why they may be afraid to pitch him in a playoff game early, because of wildness. But you look at his numbers, he doesn't give up any hits.
No.
You know, compared to innings pitched, he's got good stuff. Matter of fact, his first start of the year, he pitched a no-hitter.
Well, the other story really in Houston that's big right now is that Justin Verlander may not be on the playoff roster when the rosters are put together.
I can believe that.
We're going to see him tomorrow, but they're really questioning what to do with him, and they're afraid to put him in the pen.
Bouncing ball to second. Altuve goes to the second base for 1, and Kessinger turns the double play. Not the smoothest looking double play you'll ever see, but they turned it.
No, and both these teams have the exact same amount up until this one. 128 they started on the night, turning double plays. Now they have 129, and they get Manzardo at first base. So they erase the walk.
Say what you want. No team seems to want to tip their hand as to what their plans are for the postseason. But if he's pitching today, 5 days from now is Wednesday, that'd be Game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, if you do the math, it doesn't take a whole lot to figure it out.
Calling you 5 days from now when I see who starts.
Well, and again, as we know and as we have seen, who starts really almost is irrelevant in the postseason anymore. It's who do you have behind them?
You're absolutely right.
And
they've
as
got
we
a
know
good
in
pen
that
too.
wild card series, it's even
all hands on
smaller
deck.
margin for them.
Yeah, you got to win the first, first two games. You got to win. It's only a 3-game series.
And in their situation, if you win Game 1, you're going to go all out to win Game 2, knowing the first game of the next series is until Saturday.
Right.
Here's the windup in the 2-2 to Ramirez. Jose yanks it foul. Ramirez 13th in the American League in batting average, 4th in homers, 2nd in runs batted in, 5th in doubles, 2nd in steals. Outside, full count.
Stand a lot of changeups with Jose. And you can see that ball does go away from the lefties pretty well at about 85.
Jose making him work for it. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. He only needed 8 pitches to get the first 2 outs. The 3-2. Low, ball 4. Guardians get a 2-out base runner, second walk of the inning. StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. There you get a look at.
Yeah, the four-seamer, 38% of the time. The slider, the changeup you see, and then a curveball.
With Ramirez at first and 2 down. How aggressive will he be here?
Well, let's take a look. This is Blanco is 30 years old. You know, a Dominican right-hander that you know, hasn't pitched a lot at this level. Pretty quick to the plate. And that's he's under average. That was about 128. That was on a curveball, so his fastball may be a little quicker.
Jose not running, and Josh swings over the top of a changeup. It's 0-2. And the 2-strike pitch is
inside.
Just missed.
You know, Blanco has made 11 starts this year after a Houston loss, and he is 8-1 with a 177. So he's actually been like their stopper. So you would have to think that this guy would be your second starter if your record's like that.
Ramirez running, the throw down, not in time. And that's stolen base number 41 for Jose Ramirez.
And he picked the right pitch to run on. Diaz did a nice job of throwing that ball. Looked like another changeup, but something came out of his hand.
Ooh. That was really close because Jose, as he went into the bag, his hand looked like it came up off the base just for a split second. But no challenge, so he's in scoring position with 2 down and a 2-2 count now for Josh Naylor. Line drive, foul. He was just out in front of it. This was a changeup.
Yeah, there you see it's a big changeup where it comes off the 2 middle fingers, and Josh stayed back on it.
Ball to second. Altuve throws him out, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, 1 left. 1-0 Houston after an inning.
Well, come to the ballpark to cheer on the Guardians. Scan the QR code or visit CLEGuardians.com to purchase your tickets. Only a couple games left. Gotta go.
Jake Myers will lead off. Inning number 2. And that pitch is way up high. Myers, a very good defensive center fielder. Popped in a shallow right. Will Brennan, he's there. 1 down. Well, our Northern Ohio Buick dealer stat, the tail of the tape when you look at these two clubs side by side. Astros a clear advantage overall in batting average, but when it comes to power, they're 5th and 6th in homers. They're 6th and 10th, respectively, in extra base hits. Guardians a big edge in stolen bases. 147 to just 93 for Houston. But, Rick, I don't know in postseason play how much of an advantage that really is.
What's that?
Stolen bases.
Well, you got to get on first of all. You got to move runners. The little ball comes into play, but you're going to have to find a couple of guys that can hit the long ball. You know, to give you one. If you hit 2 home runs in a game in the playoffs, you got to win. But to manufacture runs, you're going to have to do a lot of work. So a stolen base may pay off.
Steady rain falling here at Progressive Field.
They knew it was going to be like this, but the bulk of it has sort of stayed west of us, hasn't it?
West and south, yeah. I think we kind of missed the brunt of this.
Well, that's a good thing.
Aftermath from
That's
the hurricane.
been our year, isn't it, Andre? It's been missing us for quite a while.
You must have aligned something with your moons to get this year for us.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it started with the eclipse. Total eclipse, baby.
People, you got to understand. Arch called something like it's the best call of the year. Forget calling home runs or strikeouts. Arch, way back in April, said, "Hey, man, we got a good cloud over us. We're not going to worry about that."
Yeah.
Lo and behold, we made it to the last weekend of the season.
And we're going to continue to make it. 2 more days.
And just like that, the rain stopped.
He has spoken.
I sold my soul.
Arch popped up his umbrella, and just like that, it went away.
That's how bad he's been. He scares the rain away.
Ray Kessinger, 0 for 16. But he can pick it. Tremendous defender.
Yeah, he made a play when Altuve came out or got thrown out of a game about a week or so ago.
When he hit the ball off his foot and took his shoe off,
oh, that's right. They threw him
that
out.
was a game.
Yeah, he went in and ended up making a beautiful play at second base to end the game with a win.
Back out of play.
And Arch, while I got you, I know you're going to do a read on Kids Day on Sunday, September 29th. It's AJ's birthday, and he wants to race the fastest white man ever on the bases before he goes in the offseason. So he'll be looking for you.
Well, first I'll tell you happy birthday, AJ, and come on out. We'll be happy to have you run the bases. I'll be in my car going home.
He'll race you in Arizona. How about
that? There you go, AJ. Now you know.
Hello.
I got to get in shape before I outrun you. I'm watching. You've been playing all summer long.
He's in shape.
He's in shape, and I'm not. I'm way out of shape. I need 6 weeks to prepare.
Ball gets away. Now the second goes Dubon on the wild pitch.
There you go. You shuffle. You see it's in the dirt. He took right off.
And Kessinger fouls that off to the right. Kessinger defensively is a bit of a handyman. He's played third base, shortstop, second base, first base. Got him looking. Third strikeout for Cantillo, 2 down in the inning.
There you go. Down and in. He gets the call on that pitch. Looked like it could have been in, but that's not a bad pitch at all.
Altuve started the game with a hustle double, and it led to the game's only run. Altuve third in Astros history in runs scored, and in hits, and in doubles, and in stolen bases. Fastball strike, 0-2.
That tells me he's got to be looking for his off-speed pitch here. And if he takes the 2 fastballs right there, because Altuve's a great fastball hitter.
Took another fastball. I was just going to ask you before that pitch, do you change your approach then after you get to 2 strikes, or just, hey, that's my plan, I'm staying with it?
Well, it depends. I mean, he hasn't faced him, but this is only the second time. You don't know what's going through, but that just told me when you take 2 fastballs, and he's a good hitter, he's sitting on the off-speed pitch. Now you just look. And, you know, he left that curveball up a little bit. This is a guy that you can get him to chase down on that plate. If you wanted to bounce it, that would be better than hanging it upstairs or belt high. Or the change up away. See, he's tardy on the fastball, but that's what good hitters do. They foul it off. When you get to 2 strikes, you don't try and do damage with the fastball. You'll take your base hit the other way. And hopefully, if he throws the off-speed pitch, he leaves it up.
Well, you said, sitting on the breaking ball, it could be a case where he was sitting on the changeup because just the game plan.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's throwing so many.
He was sitting on the changeup. I wasn't necessarily thinking the curveball.
Yeah.
Because I think the curveball for Cantillo is probably his 3rd best pitch.
Swung on and missed.
And he made a goodie.
Got him with a good deuce. 4th strikeout for Cantillo. 1-0 Astros, middle of the 2nd. Bottom of the 2nd inning, 1-0 Houston. And Lane Thomas will lead off for the Guardians. Oh no, Blanco misses low and away. Thomas in the month of September has batted .277, 6 doubles, 7 homers, 20 runs batted in. To third, Bregman. 1 now.
Well, let's check out that Astros defense brought to you by Rally House. In the outfield, Dubon will be playing left field. Myers is in center. Tucker over at right. Bregman's the third baseman. Kessinger is at short. Altuve at second. Garantini at first. And Diaz doing the catching.
Andres Jimenez got a fastball, fouled it back. With Lane Thomas heating up down the stretch here, it gives the Guardians a little more length in the lineup. You got Lane Thomas and Andres Jimenez. Jimenez is third on the club in runs batted in with 63. If you take Lane Thomas's combined numbers, he has 63 runs batted in on there.
Which helps.
Jimenez comes in batting .272 over his last 30 ball games.
Oh, baby.
Blanco fields, slight slip, and the ball gets away.
I think Jimenez might have knocked it out of his glove.
Let's check on Jimenez. He's down on one leg.
Because he was looking at it. Garantini now a catcher, but he's playing first tonight. And let's see what happens.
At least he's smiling. I think he's okay.
Blanco made a nice throw. I want to see where the throw really is. Is it up the line where he's got to pull it back? Yes and yes. And then the leg knocked it out of the glove. Watch his leg right here on the tag as he's going by. Just pushed it right out.
He was very fortunate he didn't get hurt himself because his wrist got bent all the way back. They're actually taking a look at him too.
Yeah. Who did that just happen to? At first base, where they had a wrist problem because the throw was up the line. There's not much you can do.
Pascantino.
Yeah, that's right, with Kansas City.
Yeah.
That ball gets up the line. This guy's running full speed. He's trying to beat it out, and the next thing you know, you could see it knock that glove off of the hand.
Your wrist is so vulnerable right there.
How do you give an error to a first baseman?
Right.
Well, it's hard to do. I don't know how they could do it because the runner hit it out of his glove. That, to me, you got to ask him. I don't know.
Matt,
because it wasn't a good throw.
Right, Matt,
exactly.
it's going to be a hit in 15 minutes. Watch.
Maybe less than that.
Will Brennan takes. It's a fastball call to strike.
E1.
Now they've changed it to an error on the pitch.
All right, I can handle that a little bit better.
Up high. Will Brennan, he's really swinging the bat well here down the stretch. His last 35 games, he's batted .309. Of late, he's been even better. 8 for his last 20. That's good for an even .400 average. Up and away, 2-2. Blanco is throwing a lot of pitches. This will be number 37 with 1 out in the second inning.
And he has a double play back in the first inning after 2 walks.
Yeah, remember he had 2 outs on 8 pitches, and he was over 20 before that inning was over.
Yeah, it doesn't. This is a guy you can't be aggressive at. Too aggressive early with this guy, because if you can sit up there, you should see 4 pitches in an at bat.
At least early, Rick, the one thing that I'm noticing, nothing down. Nothing has good downward movement, so hitters are able to foul pitches off and kind of stay alive.
The only thing that has that downward movement is his changeup. But he's got them in between right now. There's a lot of ground balls. They're beating it into the ground.
That's hit hard. Oh, what a play by Caratini. Throw to second. No, he missed the tag. And now they're going to ask for another replay.
Well, that's what Kessinger's telling him. I got him on the tag is what he's telling the dugout. So they'll take a look at it.
And they're going to challenge again.
They want to challenge. What a play. Caratini, a beautiful job. He tags the bag, now makes the throw. Now the ball beats him. Does he get the hand in?
At second base.
Yes, clearly. Yeah, it looked like he swiped and got the first hand. He was trying to do the swim move and pull that left hand back.
Bruce Dreckman will be 0 for 2, and this inning will be over once they confirm this in New York, which shouldn't take long. But that was a great play by Caratini. A couple of minutes ago, he almost had his hand taken off.
Right. There's the tag right there. They're walking off the field. Must have been a bad night
review,
for
the call on the field is overturned. The runner is out. Houston will retain their challenge.
That's all right, Bruce. Long way to go.
Well, it's Fan Appreciation Night tomorrow, and all fans will receive a 25 schedule poster. It's also the final Sugardale Dollar Dog Night. You get here early for the pregame out in the district, presented by Coors Light, and stay after for a beautiful fireworks show presented by Tri-C.
Ground ball to second. Jimenez takes care of it. 1 down. Word now from Rally House.
Play ball, Cleveland. Shop the latest in Guardian style with your favorite brands and throwback designs. Rally House has gear for every fan.
Alex Bregman knocked in the only run of the game with a sac fly in the first. His 75th run batted in on the year. Tillo missed inside. Joey struck out 2 in the first, 2 in the second.
Bregman did a good job to get that first run home of the ball game, taking him to right field. You know, normally he tries to pull everything, but with that man on third base and a free run out there, he stayed right on it and got him home.
Going the other way again. That's down the line.
Pretty good approach. We haven't seen that much from him, and he's going to continue to go.
Bregman's throw, or rather Brennan's throw, not in time. Bregman just did beat it in there for a 1-out double.
Well, he shoots him the other way, and he continues to hustle and get himself to second base. Second time that they have done that today. Altuve did it in the first. Here you go in the third. Bregman gets his 29th double. The throw from Brennan. Don't know about if that ball's getting wet as it stays in that grass by the time they get ready to throw it, or what.
Yainer Diaz with a runner in scoring position and 1 out here in the third. The Astros up 1-0. Diaz entered the night batting .299. Only 7 qualified hitters in the big leagues enter the final weekend batting at least .300. If that holds up, it'll be the fewest since 1968.
How about that?
The year of the pitcher. Off the glove of Schneemann into left field.
Well, he hit that ball hard. That was a do-or-die play. But it was smoked, and he couldn't come up with it. He slowed it down for Juan. Watch this ball. Coming off the bat in a hurry. So they go up. It's first and third again with 1 out now. And that'll give Parentini an opportunity.
That gets Diaz to 300. So that would give us 8. But back in 1968, that was the year of the pitcher when,
correct,
you know, Bob Gibson and Louis Tiant just dominated baseball.
Yes, they did.
There were 6 300 hitters that year. And we're talking about some all-time greats. Felipe and Matty Alou, Kurt Flood, Alex Johnson, Pete Rose, and Zap's guy.
Those are the 300.
Carl.
I was going to say, yes. Well, he won the Triple Crown the year before, didn't he?
Yep. Last year, there were 9 300 hitters in Major League Baseball. In 1999, just for a little perspective, there were 55 300 hitters or better.
What a difference.
So in 25 years, the pendulum has swung severely the other direction. Victor Caratini with Astros at the corners and 1 out. Chops this foul.
That's what he could use, a nice ground ball and get a double play.
Pop on a play to the right. Swung out and missed. He struck him out. Good curveball. 5th strikeout for Cantillo. 2 down in the inning. Do you think, Rick, there are fewer good hitters in today's game, or has pitching just elevated itself to?
I think pitching has elevated because you're facing guys, you know, that
more bullpen
power arms, maybe, but still better hitters, and you know, because they don't care about strikeouts. Not afraid to swing and miss. But some of the pure hitters are starting to come around.
I'll add to that. They don't care about strikeouts, and I don't think a lot of them care about batting average.
Yeah. I think it's gone to the
slug.
We're in the era of trying to hit home runs.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Home runs, yes. And
Doubles and home
RBIs.
runs. They want slug and RBIs.
Right. That's true.
I mean, you're the one. You're the one that said it, and you almost knocked me over when you said it. Batting average is overrated.
It is.
Just in and of itself. If you just take that number in and of itself, when do you get your hits? How do you get your hits? You strike out twice with the bases loaded and then get a ninth inning flare down 6-0, and you're hitting 333.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, right, exactly.
But to me, when you're talking about a team game, which there aren't as many teams that play team games now, you got to do what you have to do to win that game that day. I don't care if you get a hit. I don't care if you walk or you move a runner. You got to do the things to win the game for that day for your team.
And the game is constantly evolving. So if the era you're playing in today, if you're Josh Naylor, Jose Ramirez, whoever, you have to do, like you said, something to help your team win today.
Yes, that game every day.
Blew it by him. Nice job by Joey Cantillo to work out of trouble. Back-to-back strikeouts with runners at the corners here in the third. Members of the Progressive Insurance Company are here at the ball game tonight with the family and friends. Ambassadors who traveled in from all over the country, including one employee that came all the way from Hawaii. Progressive has been the ballpark's naming rights partner since back in 2008, and this year they announced a continuing relationship that will remain intact through 2036. Of course, Progressive makes its home right here in Northeast Ohio.
Wow, that's a long time. That gives us time to maybe work with Flo and Jamie on their first pitch.
Yeah. Maybe Carl Willis in the offseason. He's not busy. Get him out in a couple bullpen sessions. Bo Naylor leading off here in the bottom of the third. Ronel Blanco. And there's a high fly ball to right, moving toward the line. Kyle Tucker just inside the foul line makes the catch. Well, prior to the game, here you go. This is what Arch is talking about. First, we had Jamie.
Jamie, that's almost a ball.
You can't move your shoulders like that. Come on, Jamie.
He spiked that one.
Had a lefty. They brought the lefty in.
Yeah, and she got
she threw it to
time.
Of course, the mustard didn't catch it.
That's all we got. With just a little work, we can have you throwing strikes by next year.
Carl told me I'll be working with my grandson in the off season.
So he's all right. Then we don't have him. How about you? You want to teach him?
I'll be working with AJ this off season.
I'll be working with my son.
Yes.
Daniel Schneemann takes a fastball for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Room service out for Altuve. We'll make that 2 down. And back to the top of the order, and Stephen Kwan. One ball, 1 strike. Kwan walked in the first. Marco's 50th pitch of the night. He's bounced to first. And the Guardians go 1-2-3. 1-0 Houston after 3 in Cleveland.
Well, you can catch the last 2 games against the Astros with a $12 upper reserve ticket. This offer will end tonight at midnight. Go visit CLEGuardians.com/tickets.
Jake Myers leads off the 4th inning for Houston, takes a strike. We've talked a lot about the American League Central Division and how well the division has played. The top 4 teams have been in a dogfight all season long. Stephen Vogt in his first year as manager. A.J. Hinch has done a great job in Detroit. Matt Quatrero in Kansas City. We've talked a lot about those 3 guys are all going to get a lot of votes for American League Manager of the Year. The guy we haven't talked a lot about, because we haven't seen Houston since April,
Correct,
is Joe Espada. And look, folks, back on June 18th, Houston was 10 games out of first, and they were 7 games under 500. Since then, they're 53-33.
How about that?
They've clinched the West 8th straight time in the playoffs, and this is under a first-year manager whose roster has been decimated throughout the season by injuries. And yet, he said he applied a lesson early in the year when they were really struggling. They were off to the 2nd worst start in franchise history when we saw them back in April. But he said, working under Dusty Baker all those years taught me one thing: never bring panic into the clubhouse.
Wow.
And Jeremy Pena said
he's been our leader. He's been the guy at the helm of the ship. He's never wavered. He's never gone up and down. He's maintained that steady approach, and the players have fed off that.
He paid his dues in the minor leagues.
Yes,
He's been
did.
in the organization. He took over for Dusty at times when he had to, and he's been great. And they gave him that job, and he certainly deserved it.
A lot like here, he's a part of the culture, and he rode on that. He knows what the culture of these guys are and what they've been through. But I thought the best thing is when they clinched the other day, Matt, his 9-year-old daughter said, "Dad, where are we going to celebrate Halloween?" Because they've always been on the road her whole life, because they've been in the playoffs her whole life. So to her, when they make the playoffs, that means that come Halloween, they're going to be in a hotel and celebrate Halloween. To him, that's the culture of the Astros. They're in the playoffs every year, and they play deep into the playoffs every year. Even his 9-year-old daughter knows it.
Well, if you get to the World Series, you're going to be past Halloween, and you get to I think that it ends on the 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah.
The 1-2 pitch hit to third base. I just remember back in 2016, we had an off day that fell on Halloween prior to Game 6 and 7 here in Cleveland. So there's always the hope for that.
It was the best Halloween ever because it fell just right for Matty.
Got to be an off day for Big Matt.
Yes, sir. His kids probably say the same thing.
I'm sure he's already got a costume pick for this year.
Oh, his house is probably already done up. He probably was doing it.
Let's just say the trip to Hollywood this year was well timed.
Okay. There you go. It's set and done.
Daughter took me to a store where they sell face prosthetics, so it's going to change.
Why don't you dress up tomorrow or on last day Sunday like that? Please. I'd like to work with a different man.
Save that.
Well, if this is coming from Hollywood, I want to be a part of it.
You are Hollywood.
1 ball, 1 strike. I'll come out west for an appearance fee. You probably don't get many kids coming up to your house.
That's a long walk.
No, they're not allowed.
You gotta get through the gate. You gotta get through the gate first.
No, they're not allowed. I got to go out and give it away. I got to go find them. I do.
Rick leaves a trail of candy corn for the Coyotes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, 4th inning. Cantillo has struck out 7. His 80th pitch of the night is low. Full count.
You know, they've fouled off. They've made him work hard to get outs, but he's done a really nice job of making his pitches, getting the strikeout. He only has the 1 walk, so he's just continuing to add on to these good starts. There it is. Oh, my goodness. He didn't get the call. He said inside. You see him point?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said inside. That was a really good pitch.
I think Matt hit on something, though, before the game when we started talking about Cantillo. That may have been off. But whatever happens with Cantillo in the playoffs over the next few weeks, who knows what it'll be. But I think going to spring training next year, the Guardians feel pretty strong about what this kid can do now.
Yes.
You know, we have a better idea of who he is and what he's capable of because of this last month.
And it'd be nice to have a left-handed starter in there in the top 5.
Jose Altuve struck out his last time up. Just outside with a changeup. Tigers lead the White Sox 2-1. 7th inning in Detroit. Tigers win, they're in. Royals trail the Braves 2-0. They're in the 4th down in Atlanta. Minnesota just underway at home against Baltimore.
upstairs, 3-0. Just now getting action in the Cleveland bullpen. I believe it's Eli Morgan. Yep.
Well, helped him out right there, but still, he wanted to put it in play. He was guessing on him. It was out of the strike zone, but he got the fastball, so he got after it.
Drilled deep left field. That's going to be off the wall. Played by Quan Will. His throw to second base is not in time to get Altuve, who goes in with his second double of the night. And now the Astros have runners at second and third with 2 down.
Third double of the night, second for Altuve, but he got the 3-1. You fall behind good hitters, they're going to get you. He threw him a lot of fastballs, so he knew the velocity of it in his last at-bat. So Altuve gets him this time, second and third, keeps the inning going. Now you got to get the left-hander, one tough out.
Right now, we'll get a word from FanDuel.
New FanDuel customers can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just download the FanDuel Sportsbook app today.
So again, if you joined us late, the Astros have the number 3 seed clinched in the American League. So they're going to host a wild card series. Who they play is yet to be determined. Detroit and Kansas City control their own fate. All they have to do is win one of their remaining 3 games, including tonight, and they're in, and the Twins season is over. Then it comes down to where Detroit and Kansas City finish, because they came into tonight tied with identical records. So one of them's going to Houston, the other one's going to play Baltimore.
And if they finish in a tie, Kansas City has the upper hand in that series. So then they would go to where Baltimore.
Imagine the headlines and the storylines if A.J. Hinch brings the Tigers to Houston, with how he had to leave and what he's built in Detroit. I think baseball better pay attention. They've got some great arms, and they're playing a style that you don't want to see.
Young kids, they're not afraid of anything.
No.
Tucker makes the ball in the dirt. This has been a strength for Cleveland all season long. When it comes to pitching in the clutch, with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, they've yielded a 174 batting average.
Yeah, the best. They've been awesome. So it's good. Caught him in between right there.
Might have helped him out, huh? It was borderline. But had he put that in play, he wasn't going to do much with it.
Yeah, well, you almost wanted him to put it in play there, because he was thinking, no, I wanted to hold up. Look, you can tell the look on his face. You get in that driver's seat, you want to swing at the pitch that you're looking for, not the one you're not looking for. And then he dots the eye on the outside corner. So now this is a perfect pitch after that last high changeup, up and in, right on the outside edge. Excellent pitch. Right again.
Swung on and in and out of the mid of Bo Naylor. It was a foul by Tucker, and it just didn't stick. Stay alive.
It's a breaking ball, and watch it hit. It doesn't hit in the pocket, though. It hit on that heavily padded area where it didn't stick inside the webbing.
There is Cantillo with the 2-2, and that goes to the backstop. And coming home to score to make it 2-0 Astros is Kessinger.
Well, a gift run there. That was a changeup. Bo went to the backhand side, but I want to see how it got past him. You got a man on third, you got to put a body in front of it. He did not move. He went for the backhand, and you can't do that with a man on third base. You have got to move your body. But when you catch on that one knee, that's where you get hurt. Because if you don't catch it like right there, it gets all the way and it's a gift run.
These guys have become so good at picking those balls that almost feel like they could stop every single one of them.
That's okay, but not with a man on third.
In the hole, base hit. Another run will score.
Now there's double. And boy, that hurts twice as much now.
3-0 Houston with a pair of 2-out runs.
He comes back with another breaking ball, but he gets this one more middle of the plate. It was down, but Tucker's a good hitter. And it doesn't matter lefty, righty. He found the hole. And that's going to do it for Cantillo.
Well, and again, you've got to give some credit to Houston. They ran his pitch count up to 93 in just 3 2/3 innings of work. Now, Joey did strike out 7. But a short night for the lefty as Eli Morgan is coming on when we come back. So Cantillo will watch the rest of this inning from the bench as Eli Morgan comes in with 2 down and a runner at first base. And the Astros now leading at 3-0. Alex Bregman swings and pops it up. Backpedaling Jimenez.
Right away, one pitch and get out of it.
Inning over.
Guardians Live, presented by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. Tomorrow night at 5:30, Alan Jensen will get you ready for the penultimate game here in the regular season. A soggy night here at Progressive Field. Rain continues to fall as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Kyle Manzardo will lead it off. Astros lead Cleveland 3-0. Kyle Manzardo grounded into a double play his first time up.
Looking for their first hit. Let's see if we can get that leadoff man aboard and get something going.
Yank foul again. Again, the two-strike pitch is low. Two balls, two strikes. Now the 3-2. Long out of miss. He got him to chase.
Yeah, he helped him out there.
That's the first strikeout for Blanco. And time to check out Hyundai in the driver's seat. Most extra base hits since 2016. Jose
How about
Ramirez.
that?
Over 600 of them.
So impressive.
Center field, well hit. Back is Myers.
That helped. I mean, he ran it down, and it looked like the wind had something to do. This is going to be our bignissan.com. Are you kidding me? And that would have been a much tougher play if the glove was on the other hand, but he sticks it out and makes a beautiful sliding catch for the out. Takes extra bases away from Jose.
Yeah, with the rain falling and the wind pushing that ball away from him.
Sure did. That's not an easy play.
Certainly added to the degree of difficulty.
No question about it.
Now Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor, his first ever 30-homer, 100 RBI season. And you forget, at 27 years old, he's one of the youngest players in baseball to put up those numbers this year. The only younger players that have reached those numbers, Juan Soto, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., they're both 25, and Bobby Witt Jr., who's only 24.
Well, he keeps getting better every year with the long ball, with the RBI, knowing what people are trying to do to him.
That was a pretty good changeup from Blanco. He strikes it out. He has retired 7 in a row.
Well, the final 50-50 raffle of the regular season is open, and you don't want to miss your chance to win. The raffle will end on Sunday at midnight. Just visit CLEGuardians.com, 5050.com, excuse me. And we are at 64,000, almost 64,500. Trying to get to 100,000 by Sunday.
No, I was going to say, that was the $64,000 question.
Okay, I already answered. I knew that was coming.
Your Karnak.
Oh, God. Not for much longer. Got a laugh from Ed McMahon back.
There's a hot pot playable for Naylor. I think. Oh, it's going to get pushed out of play.
Yeah, that wind is coming into play.
Yeah, the rain's picked up a little bit in intensity.
We knew it had a chance around here at 8:30ish, 9 o'clock.
All right, how's it feel up there?
It's awesome.
Feels pretty dry. How are you doing?
I can't stand it.
Can we get a shot of Andre?
No, you don't need a shot of me right now.
Because he's not smart enough to put the plastic on.
Well, plastic what? I don't do plastic, man. I got to see the game.
You got a cover back there.
I like to be up front and center, so I can do my job the best way possible.
Get wet.
See, they can't even find me. They don't know where I'm at.
Let me put something over my head that will get wet.
Well, Andre, just like your parents tell you, if you want to get wet and sick, go right ahead. Stay in it.
I'll have a couple months after Sunday. Don't worry.
Now you know why your dad treats you the way he does. Because you don't listen.
Hey, man. I don't like being in the back hidden. I'm out here. I'm here to perform and be ready to see everything. If it starts raining any harder, I'm coming to sit on your lap, though. Since you need a new guy to sit next to.
Different.
Oh,
he was a different.
He was different.
Yeah, different.
See how Maddie knew exactly what it was?
Sure, he knows. Different. He knows what I'm talking about.
Let me put on a costume for you.
After 25 years, I've learned a thing or two. Here's the 3-2 to Yainer Diaz. Right to the shortstop, Schneemann.
There you go. He came at him last time.
Injury report tonight brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. Freddie Freeman sprained an ankle.
Boy, yeah, it didn't look good.
Here's a case where that 5-day break will hopefully benefit him.
Yes, he
has to.
Well, he's been going through things all season. He broke a finger before we went out to L.A. His son's been sick.
He was playing with it.
He was, so he could use the 5 days. But it didn't look good when he hit that bag.
No, it was sort of like a tap dance down the line because it was a throw that was offline.
Yep. It's coming now, boys. I don't think we got much longer.
Well, I don't see the ground crew down there. Do you?
They're right behind me, man. Your eyes are.
They're not behind the tarp.
There they are. I got you. I see them.
You got a one eye. Yeah, it's getting bad.
Mark Wegner's the crew chief. He is the home plate umpire, so he's going to call for the tarp down. You where it comes from.
Get some glasses like that one Brown guy has. Huh?
The Ricky Vaughns.
Yeah.
I know you.
Give me Vaughn. That's out of play.
Yeah, some of the people are going to take it to the house, get underneath some.
I told him come up and see Rick Manning during the delay. They'll entertain us.
I'm going to ask you for towels. You need towels?
I need towels.
I need towels. He hung one, and it's high in the air to right field. It's deep, back on the track at the wall, and a leaping effort, but it's up into the seats for a home run. Victor Caratini with home run number 8, extending the Astros lead to 4-0.
Boy, Brendan thought he had a beat on it, and it was hit a little too high. He didn't really have a chance to jump up and get over it. But it carried out of here. It's a spinner. And he got the barrel headed. And look at there. Will gets up there and just over there by a foot. It was high. Look at that. Keep an eye on that infield. See when we get to see a little shine on it. And the grounds crew will have to come in between innings. They do good work here, though. They'll get it done. They'll take care of it no matter what you have to play through.
Broke his bat.
Yeah. He's lucky he didn't break his hand.
Right.
He got that ball deep in there. Backup slider.
Andre, I can't say I'm all that familiar with the Marlington Dukes. Big school, small school. What's your
big school
intel?
down there? It's a big school, and they've put a lot of. There's a lot of people. Put it this way: they've always had a very good baseball program, but now because they've got to battle Jackson and all those schools, it's a little bit like football down there now. They've got some great between Jackson, Massillon, Marlington. They can play.
That ball is smoked. Deep center, and it is gone. How about Zach DeCenzo? That'll be a pretty special trot around the bases. A mammoth home run. And that makes it 5-0 Houston.
Back-to-backers. Senzo gets his second. Boy, that was middle of the plate right there.
You could hear Eli as he released the ball.
Yeah, he knew it.
It's silent treatment over there.
Well, Murph says Louisville dominated Marlington football this year, so
we're talking baseball.
There's that.
And he might be lying, because even though I know he's watching that game right now, probably.
Now that's pretty cool though for Zach DeCenzo, man.
Got used to some of this weather he grew up in, so he's ready to roll.
Right. As if the degree of difficulty in hitting a major league pitch isn't hard enough. You add in a little steady downpour.
Yeah, it's
all
for a few minutes
now.
there. Yeah, it was coming down pretty good. But
he hit that home run, man.
We talked with Curtis tonight before the game, and we knew we were going to have to play through some rain throughout the course of this one.
2-2 is off the plate, full count. That's down low, ball 4.
Hitting now for Houston, left fielder Mauricio Dubon.
Mauricio Dubon coming to the plate. Bo Naylor going out to stall for a little time as Pedro Avila.
Yeah, he's going to make a change. They're going to go in there and stall for some time.
So we've got a timeout for a pitching change. The Astros extending their lead with a pair of back-to-back home runs here in the 5th. They lead 5-0. Cleveland Guardians baseball brought to you by Classic Auto Group. With hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, it's like an auto show every day at Classic. 5-0 Astros here in the 5th inning. Meanwhile, in Detroit, as you take a look at Pedro Avila, who's coming into the game, Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen made for the right-hander who's making his 54th appearance on the year. The Tigers lead the White Sox 4-1. So they are on the verge of punching their October ticket and sending the White Sox to the worst modern-day loss record in baseball history. Fouled off to the right. And remember, the White Sox saved their bullet. They sent Garrett Crochet to the mound in that game. Right. He only pitched 4 innings, though. Struck out 6, gave up 3 hits, didn't allow a run. Their bullpen, as per usual, has faltered. And the Tigers are leading in the bottom of the 8th, so the White Sox have just 3 outs remaining to work with there. Royals still trail Atlanta 2-0.
Starting to come down again. A little bit heavier.
That Kansas City game, they're in the 6th inning. Actually, they've just moved to the 7th down in Atlanta. Naylor with a nice play at first base.
Smother and touch the base.
2 down. Jake Myers moving into scoring position. And it could be a moot point for Kansas City, though, as Baltimore leads Minnesota early 2-0. Right. If the Twins don't win, Kansas City's in no matter what.
They had to win out no matter what they do. Just to be alive.
Fastball strike to Gray Kessinger, who walked and scored in the 4th. Swing and a miss. Nice slider from Pedro Avila. And a count 1-2. Grounded to Schneemann, and the shortstop throws him out. Astros tack on 2 halfway through. They lead 5-0. Our Spectrum replay. Houston starter Ronald Blanco in 4 innings has not allowed a hit. He's walked 2 and struck out 2.
Well, as we said at the start of the game, he doesn't give up many hits. Coming in only 113 on the year. He started with 162 innings. But you know what? This guy to me is like effectively wild because he's not in one spot. He's, you know, he can be all over the place. It's tough to sit in any one location against him. Yeah, I mean, you know, is there any one pitch that you can see him other than his changeup? I mean, and you can be in hitters' counts against this guy because he'll be wild with his fastball, but then when he has to, sometimes he hits in there. He's just all over the place. And they've hit the first time through a lot of ground balls.
Lane Thomas pops it up back of the plate and into the seats.
Yeah, when you get that four-seamer there like he had right there, they haven't been able to put it in play.
Blanco's only at 68 pitches, but again, this is his final start of the year, so they're definitely not going to push him necessarily.
No, not at all. Let him get his work in.
And given that Houston is in a situation where they've already wrapped up the 3rd seed, they know their future. They're going to host on Tuesday.
1 of 2 teams.
And so they may want to look at some guys out of the bullpen in this last series before they finalize their roster.
Well, yeah, you're going to get Verlander tomorrow night, so we'll get a chance to see. They don't know if he's going to be there. There's a straight fastball away just off the edge. Not a good pitch to hit, but it's too close to take, and he fouls it right into the glove of Diaz. It's only his 3rd strikeout. He has 2 walks. He's got a couple double play balls that have helped him out. Guardian's still looking for that first hit, and there's a rare curveball that he throws.
Now the 2-2. In the air to center field. Myers. He'll make the catch. 2 down. And a word now from Levin Furniture.
For the best selection of Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Purple, your headquarters for luxury mattresses. Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Ball up the middle. There's the first hit of the game for Cleveland, and it comes off the bat of Will Brennan, who stays locked in at the plate.
There's a pitch that up in the strike zone, a changeup. At the very top part. But Will stayed on it, put a nice level swing on it, and gets the first base hit of that. Coming with 2 outs, so.
Bo Naylor lifts one down the line, but it is going to hook foul. Pulls that foul. Tell you what, for as much rain that has fallen here tonight, the field has held up remarkably well.
It really has to this point.
Guys are doing all they can between innings. And a high pop-up.
Now this may blow out a play.
This is going to be a tough play with the raindrops, too, and it does get over the netting.
And then bounces back onto the field? No, it stayed out. Yeah, that curve will be...
There's a net, Arch.
Oh, there is? I can't see that.
Obviously. Yeah, it's holding up really well. It's getting pretty wet right now.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I got a feeling after this out, we may have some changes coming. Maybe that's just wishful thinking.
Ripped foul. Tell you what, Bo's had a couple of really good swings in this at bat, but both of them have resulted in foul balls. Hey, you look at that picture on your screen right there and you think, how in the world can this guy hit a baseball in that kind of weather? Up the middle, cut off by the shortstop Kessinger, and he throws him out. 5 complete. 5-0 Houston. Cleveland Guardians baseball is brought to you by Spectrum, a connection that's built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. By your Chevy Network dealers and by Union Home Mortgage. Promises kept. Well, the rain has all but stopped here at Progressive Field. Still a very light rain falling, but it was really coming down at a pretty good clip just before the end of the Guardians' turn at bat. So we go to the 6th inning in the top of the order. Due here for Houston as Jose Altuve bats against Pedro Avila. Altuve, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored tonight, and takes a pitch off the plate. A little high. Back out of play.
Altuve, a couple of doubles tonight.
Yank foul. It is a final in Detroit. The Tigers are in the postseason. They beat the White Sox 4-1.
What a comeback for them.
Kansas City still trails Atlanta 2-0. They're in the 8th. But Minnesota is still losing 2-0 in the 3rd. Altuve down to first on the walk. So the leadoff man aboard for Houston. Yeah, congratulations to A.J. Hinch and the Tigers. That's a job well done. And before the night is over, it could be official. 3 teams from the Central Division will be playing in October.
Right. Yes. If even if Kansas City loses and Minnesota doesn't, that puts them in.
Kyle Tucker, 2 hits and an RBI. Nice pick that time by Bo Naylor. Fastball caught the bottom of the zone. High fly ball, right field. Little Brennan. He has it. 1 down. Time now for a Ken Ganley Kia Game Breakers. Al Pulaski.
All right, Matt, Rick, Andre, how about the Tigers? An incredibly hot month of September. Capitalized on tonight. They clinched the playoff spot. Riley Green hits this one off the center field wall. Scored a couple of runs in the 7th. 4-1 Detroit. So they're in. And the White Sox lose 121. The most losses in the modern era.
Swing and a miss by Alex Bregman. Yeah, you feel for Grady Sizemore.
He inherited an impossible situation.
Yeah, there's not much he could do.
You can't even say he inherited a sinking ship. It was a sunken ship. There's a ball driven to left field, and that will get down and go to the wall. And a second base with a double is Bregman. 2 base stops at third.
That's Bregman's second double of the game. They've got 6 extra base hits out of their 9. 4 doubles, 2 homers. And there's the one you're used to seeing Bregman hit when you pull the ball. So that gives him 30 doubles on the year. And they've got a chance to add on here with 1 out.
Infield in. Pitch to Diaz, smoke foul the other way. When we went to Houston, now granted, it was the end of April, beginning of May, so it was still early enough in the season that you knew there was time to rebound. But Alex Bregman, when we entered that series, was hitting right around 200.
Right.
And in that first game of that series, he had a 3-run home run off Carlos Carrasco. I don't know that was the turning point for him, but obviously he looks tonight like the Alex Bregman we've seen over the course of his career.
Hot. He got hot as this season went along, and you know, a true veteran. And he's a free agent at the end of the year too. They're going to have to see if they want to sign him. He becomes available.
The move they made 2 days ago makes it feel like they're not going to. He was taken out after the 3rd inning. They did it so he could get a long-standing ovation. They didn't say that he wasn't coming back, but it was pretty much, you could read between the lines, Arch. Why would you take him out in the 3rd inning so he could get a nice hand from the fans?
Yeah.
2 down. Avila strikes out Yainer Diaz.
In case he doesn't come back. That's
Right.
why.
Yeah.
You know, being a free agent, you never know what happens. I mean, we've
lived it.
We watched it go on last year, and they didn't sign a lot of people for a long time. So who knows how that's going to turn out this year. It's something different every year.
I don't know their money situation, but you think they want to keep Alvarez there for a long time.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they've been together for quite some time.
Yes.
You know, so who knows?
Made his debut in 16, I believe, 16 or 17. So he's been there. Been a big part of what they've done.
Yes. I guess it all comes down to dollars and cents.
Arch, as a famous poet once said, cash rules everything around me.
Who was that poet?
The Risen. You wouldn't know him.
They're a little bit different than Earth, Wind, and Fire. Just a little.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said they're a little different than Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Just a tad.
Just a little. So I just did a quick check. Bregman, he didn't exactly immediately turn it around based on when we went in there, but from May 28th till
After
tonight,
the first 2 months.
From May 28th till tonight, he's hit 283.
Okay.
22 homers.
Yeah, that's more him.
That's Bregman.
Yeah, that is. So he got off to a slow start, and you know, at the end of May, that was like that whole team. 10 games down, you said, in June.
Yeah.
And here they are. I mean, they have the pedigree. They're too good of a team not to in that division, the Western Division. You know, because you had the Texas Rangers, who were in the World Series, won the World Series last year. Everybody looking that they were going to do something, but they fell apart.
And I think you have to be honest. Seattle let them back in it. You know, that's a division. That division will be won without a 90-win team. So the only one in baseball this year.
Enough tickets are now on sale, and you can be here at the ballpark for an October to remember. Visit CLEGuardians.com for the tickets.
We go now to the bottom of the 6th inning. And this is a starting pitcher, Spencer Arrighetti. But again, you know, you look at the wild card series, it's a best of 3. You don't need 5 starters.
No.
At most, you need 3. So they're probably looking at who can pitch out of the bullpen and at best. And so they try to figure
or giving them reps to come out of the bullpen when they will use them. This guy made one of his early starts against us back in April. Nowadays, you talk about playoffs and starters. Starters, they don't go deep into games anymore in playoff baseball. As soon as you get a runner on base, sometimes a walk, boy, they are on it quickly.
Arrighetti's last start was 5 days ago, so
it's day to pitch.
It's his, and he pitched 6 innings against the Angels.
If all goes well, Joe Espada says, here, you get the next 4. There'll be 2 starters covering this ball game.
Half swing back to Arrighetti. 1 down.
Arch, what you're speaking of is no different than what the Guardians are going to do on Sunday with Gavin Williams, where he will not start.
Right.
He's out in the bullpen right now, matter of fact, for the weekend, because the team wants to see how he adjusts to possibly coming out of the bullpen.
He's never been out of the bullpen before. It's always been as a starter.
So he's out there with the boys kind of getting a lay of the land, because that may be where he is come next Saturday. He'll pitch Sunday out of the pen.
I guess that kind of falls under the category, and obviously we'll see more of this and talk more about it on Sunday. You don't want to overcomplicate things. I mean, look, it's pitching a baseball. You've done it your whole life.
Right.
Whether you're starting or relieving, I know there's a difference, but let's not overcomplicate it. But only getting one look at him, I mean, that's not going to tell you everything you need to know.
No, not at all.
What did you say about who came in and Walters? It's kind of like what you said about Walters the other day. Did I get a back foot? I think it did.
Yeah, he had never started.
Yeah, Walters, and you said, the adrenaline has to be different. But once he threw the first pitch, what you just said, pitching is pitching.
It's the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. You're right. It did get him on the back foot, no doubt. Look, it may be a little different or something like that. If you know it and you've got a mindset, it's like let's keep it simple. It's just throwing strikes, going out there and being yourself.
But the funny thing is, the guy that started tonight, a lot of people feel like after they brought Cantillo out of the bullpen versus the Royals, it changed the way he was aggressive and the way he went about throwing his pitches. And that was only 3 outs against Kansas City at the end of a game that was pretty much over. And Shaggy almost took one right there. Ooh.
Now, you don't know that they call him Shaggy. Now, this is a different team.
No, he's Shaggy to me from now
on. I know he
Look at him. Stop talking to him, man. He almost just got hit. Leave that man alone. You think he's got a different nickname for every team that comes in?
Yeah, every team has their own name for somebody.
Well, when the Yankees come in, they bring their own guy now, so Michael K doesn't get in trouble.
He's Nate the drummer. That's what he is.
Tell him, Matt. Tell him. I like Shaggy.
The 1-2. And that fell low. Nick Sandlin, he's got a baseball. He's getting ready.
now the payoff pitch. Runner goes. No, he stopped. It's strike 3 call. Vaughn took about 2-3 strides towards second and then stood straight up.
Yeah. You know, I don't see any reason why to run. He gets a little help there on that outside part of the plate. Ball looked like it was just off the plate.
Fly ball. Get it. Right field. Tucker's back at the wall and makes the catch. Jose gave it a ride, but came up short with that wind howling in from right field. Recapping the FanDuel Same Game Parlay. You can use the FanDuel app to make your own Same Game Parlay play with live odds available. Jose Ramirez gave it a ride his last time up. That wind might have knocked that ball down.
Yeah, that was the... Yes, indeed.
We haven't seen it blowing in like it is tonight very, very often here late in the year. Boy, that last homestand we had prior to the three-game trip was as nice a weather as we've had in quite some time. Zach DeCenzo, after blasting a home run his last time up.
He didn't waste any time again, did he? He came right out of the chute swinging at that first pitch.
Now,
the Duke of Marlington is having a night. Jake Myers walked his last time up. Hit high in the air down the line. That's going to go out of play. Shot for the outside corner and missed. 2 balls and a strike. Double play ball to Ramirez. He goes to Jimenez for one. On to first, they turn it. There you go.
Around the horn, they get their first double play of the night. The ball jumped up. Jose was ready for it.
And now Mauricio Dubon, who is 0 for 2. Drove him back off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Now it's 3-1. And it's going to go out of play, full count. Slugged right back up the middle.
Yeah, he was looking for something out over the plate. And he just stayed back on it enough to just take it right back up the gut. That's that slider.
The shortstop, Ray Kessinger.
Well, that gives Houston 11 hits on the evening. That coming after a double play. So 2 hits in the inning.
Right back to the Sandman. He'll flip it over to first, and the side is retired. Stretch time in Cleveland. 5-0 Houston. Astros. Bottom of the 7th inning. Naylor, Thomas, Jimenez coming up for Cleveland. Taylor with a rip right back to the
had
screen.
a nice one to hit right there and fouled it back. 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Appeal, he didn't go. That one was just a bit inside. Foul right back again. Drilled foul.
Yeah, just slowed it down. A little slider on the inside part that Josh was out in front of.
And that's strike three call. Back to a breaking ball. Got him. Down to Andre.
Well, after that last at bat by Jose Ramirez, it made me think about when he was robbed this year. Back to Boston. Remember that one? That would have at least been a double right there. That would have been 39, Jose. And then against Boston in that same series, that was a double. So we could be talking about, as Jose's listening to me right now, Wilbur Abreu made two great plays. We should be talking about 39, and 41 maybe. And I'm sure there's others, but I will think of those hits at the end of the year for Jose.
I mean, yeah, that's just the way
You would have got it, right? He just said, I would have got it. It's all right, Jose. You got time, baby. But that's baseball. You always talk about the game not being fair, and obviously you remember your own at-bats more so than you remember others. But Arch, I know if he doesn't get there, those are a couple that he's going to think back on.
Yeah, you can over 162 games, you can always go back and look back, and and it could have been, it should have been, but you know what? The reality is, it's not.
If it's supposed to happen,
yes, it will.
And I'm sure every hitter in baseball can
the
see
double
right
he
now.
had or the triple he had the other night hit halfway up on the wall. That ball right there.
I just thought of another one. Colorado to right field where they got the high wall. He had a triple in Colorado that was high off that high wall in right field. That in most ballparks would have been a home run. I'm going to find it 40-40 one way or the other for you, Ozzy. Don't worry.
Are you his agent?
Chris Antonetti thinks so.
You know, every once in a while they throw up that graphic, you know, where you got the guy hits a home run. Well, if it was in this ballpark, if the fence was here, that wouldn't have been a home run. It's the old ifs and buts, as Don Meredith would say. Back-to-back strikeouts for Arrighetti here in the seventh. I mean, the bottom line is there's only one other player ever it's had 40 homers, 40 doubles, 40 steals.
Yes, Soriano.
Alfonso Soriano.
Yeah.
He did it twice.
I'll say twice, right?
Yeah.
Wow. What a run he had, though, because he was hitting a lot of bombs for a short period of time.
The first. And the Guardians go 1-2-3. 7 in the books, 5-0 Houston. Check out our Miller Lite moment. Joey Cantillo got the start tonight. He only went 3 2/3 innings, but 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, he had to work, and they were fouling off a lot of pitches early to make him work to get outs. But he settled in, and he did a nice job. They scored 1 in the first, and they couldn't add on until the 4th. But they made him throw a lot of pitches, and he had hard work. But he 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. But they got the pitch count up early.
Nick Sandlin throws a good pitch, called a ball. 2-0. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Nice pitch by Sandlin. And the crowd loves it.
There's that nice changeup he's got. Got him to swing over the top.
If in fact Cleveland and Houston meet up in the postseason, and who knows if that'll happen for sure, but if they do, one of the big storylines will be Houston's experience. They're in the playoffs for the 8th consecutive season, and at least a fair amount of this nucleus has stayed together for a good chunk of that run. But it's not like Cleveland's going to roll in here with 0 playoff experience. I mean, Brennan, Jimenez, Hedgie, Kwan, Josh Naylor, Jose Ramirez, they were all on that 22 playoff team, so that's just 2 years removed. They had a wild card series, a division series. They played the Yankees. They were in the big media market in New York for a big portion of that series. Nice throw from second.
Got him.
To second base by Brennan, and he's out in plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, they kept running.
Perfect throw by Will.
Yeah, nice job to come out there. That's the first guy they've been able to get. They've tried to stretch it a few times tonight and make a good throw. And the ball's going to be wet because it's been raining. There's a nice slide and got up quickly, but it didn't affect the throw. He comes out and they get him back plenty. The one thing though against Houston, they've had our number when it comes to season series for the last 5 years or so. Yeah. And I mean, it's been tough for us to win a series against them.
Well, what I was going to bring up was that's on the position side of things. When it comes to pitching, in 2 years, it's a very different pitching staff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Went to the postseason in 22. Now, Matt Boyd, Alex Cobb, they've got some playoff experience. Outside of that,
right?
Clase, Eli Morgan, and Nick Sandlin. That's it.
That's it. Yeah. And your main bullpen guys outside of Clase, they're all in their first real season, to be honest. But hopefully, being at home for the first 2 games helps tremendously for the Guards, right? When you're young, you'd rather be at home.
Well, they've got the best home record in this
American League.
Yes.
Isn't it Philadelphia in the National League?
Yeah, Philadelphia and the Dodgers have a better record than we do.
Dodgers have the best record in baseball coming in tonight overall. And at home, they are 52-29. Philadelphia is 54-27.
Wow. Didn't we go 2 out of 3 in Philly?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know Stephen Vogt brings that up as one of the series. Yes, one of the series that made him believe.
And Naylor didn't play in that series.
Right, the entire series. And the back end of their bullpen has some pretty good experience, I would think, Matt. I know Presley's been there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, exactly. They've got
their closer. Hader's been on a couple different teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, Josh Hader, Ryan Presley, Hector Neris, Brian Abreu.
Yeah, play ball.
That's off the end of the bat, and that will drop for a hit. And Alex Bregman has his 3rd hit of the night.
Yeah, he's had a good night. And mix in a sacrifice fly, so 3 for 4.
And that's going to be the end of the night for Nick Sandlin. He goes an inning and 2/3. And we'll have a new pitcher when we come back. Houston on top 5-0 in the 8th. Left-hander Eric Sabrowski coming on to pitch for Cleveland. Sabrowski making his 8th appearance on the year, and he has been terrific. 11 1/3 innings, 16 strikeouts. Between Sabrowski and Andrew Walters.
A couple of nice additions.
You know, for years people talked about the Cleveland pitching factory. It was more along the lines of the starters that they kept churning out every year. Now it's turned into a little bullpen factory.
Yeah, the way it's going, it's been a treat to watch.
I mean, the loss of Trevor Stephan, James Karinchak, and then Sam Hentges. And then they just keep plugging these guys in. Sabrowski, Walters, Cade Smith came up this year. Tim Herron has stepped in.
What do you think it's going to look like next year in spring training?
Steel cage match.
It will be. There'll be a lot of guys out there competing.
Yeah, and all those guys. Carl Willis. I mean, they've just done such a good job with all the moving parts. That's ball 4.
And that now, first baseman for Houston, Victor Caratini.
Chopper foul at the third base side. But again, I was starting to say, just looking at the attendance for tonight, which, by the way, 14th sellout of the year, right? Most since 2001, as we went over 2 million in attendance tonight.
I knew we were going to get it.
And these fans have endured a soggy night. But I was getting ready to say, Carl Willis
deserves a lot of credit. He's done another fantastic job as pitching coach, but he would be the first to tell you he doesn't do it all by himself. Joe Torres, his assistant coach, has done a magnificent job. Brad Goldberg, first year
in the bullpen.
Out in the bullpen,
right,
has done a tremendous job. It is a collective effort. Ricky Passione, who's out there doing all the dirty work, catching all those bullpens, but he's part of that machine, right? You're trying to pump guys up, make them feel good when they go into the game, so they come in there snorting fire. These guys, they come out of that bullpen throwing strikes, just like Eric Sabrowski struts him out, ends the inning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Guardians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Guardians. 5-0. Houston leading it as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Will Brennan will lead it off for Cleveland. Ronel Blanco started, went 5 one-hit shutout innings. Spencer Arrighetti begins his 3rd inning out of the bullpen, a starter himself. It would appear that he is on to finish. Fastball strike. The total announced attendance tonight, and granted, some of those people have headed for drier conditions because it was a soggy night. 34,149. And so 14 sellouts. That's the most since 2001. And that is, I couldn't remember, that is the year that the 455 consecutive game sellout streak came to an end in the second game of the season. And yet, this is still the most sellouts we've had since that season.
Right. Yeah, that was the second game of the year. I guess the White Sox were in town then.
And granted, we're talking about a different ballpark configuration now, reduced capacity.
Right.
So it's not exactly apples to apples, but it has been good to see the turnout on a more consistent basis.
It really has. They've done a nice job. You're over the 2 million mark. And it was well, the team was a lot fun to watch.
They were, and
they played well at home.
A ballpark that's still under construction as they
Yeah,
renovate.
there's so many things that were involved in this. We had some great weather throughout the course of the whole summer. It's been a very good year, and it's far from being over. That's the nice thing about it. This thing, if you can extend it into late October or even make it November, if you're going to get that deep into it, and make it special. There'll be sellouts every time.
Bo goes down swinging. I'd like to think that, all of us that are privileged enough to have the jobs that we have, we don't take this for granted, but sometimes you lose sight of how awesome this ballpark is. When we talk to other broadcasters and other guys that come in, they just marvel at how
they love it.
They love the backdrop, the way it looks, the way it fits into the downtown landscape.
And it's 30 plus years old.
Yeah.
It's worn very well. And it's going to be really special next year too once it opens.
Yeah, right.
With everything being done.
Yeah.
Last winter they had a good winter to do all the construction going around. Let's hope that holds true again this year. They can get done maybe a little faster or ahead of schedule.
Well, what's the forecast? You know it.
I haven't really got into it. I got to get me and my Farmer's Almanac got to get together. And I'll give you a call after about a month.
Yeah, all right.
I got to talk to Jim Folk too. He has a lot to do with it.
Yes, you got to get one of them helmets like Folky.
Yes, sir. That's our man.
I will say this part from being down here. The players appreciate the environment that's been made here this year. And they're the guys that have been here a couple of years, and I know Jose has told some of the guys, and Sandy has told them at times, appreciate having crowds behind you. They help when you need that extra juice.
Yeah.
And it's been great this year. So it's here the fans.
Well, you get spoiled on it, yes.
For sure. And Sandy told him that. He goes, I played under that for a long time. Yeah. Then it went away. And he goes, and you sat there on days when you didn't have many people here, and it made a big difference because we were so used to having people here every single night.
That is correct.
The 2-2 is swung on and fouled off by Schneemann. And that's one thing I think that Sandy would agree on this, is that it's just natural. We took it for granted. We were sold out every night, year after year after year. You just expected, it's going to be sold out every night. And the minute that went away, wow.
Right.
Wow, what a difference.
Well, when we were coming to this park and there were sellouts every night, think about playing in the old ballpark. We had 5,000 people.
Oh, man.
In an 80,000 seat stadium. If you want to talk about jury, I mean, you knew your own vendor. You knew him by name. And it was what a treat to come over into this ballpark, the Jewel.
And still is, as you guys said.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Good at bat for Schneemann. He draws a walk. Second of the inning by Arrighetti, who had not walked a batter prior to this.
But as Matt just said, we take it for granted because we work here 80 sometimes a year. But I am blown away as we go around different parks and people ask you about it. They all go, hey, I love coming to Cleveland. You guys, everything, it's beautiful there. It's fun. And I've taken it for granted at times, and I never will now, especially after a couple places we've gone this year, Arch.
Well, I wouldn't want to, it's just not. It's not cool. It's not classy.
Right.
I wouldn't want to trash another facility, another ballpark. But there are some parks where I remember this year thinking, man, if I had to come here and work it 81 times a day, it would not be enjoyable.
Yeah.
And
So
again,
true.
I'm not going to name them, but there's not a lot like this one.
He's losing it now. Well, yeah. I mean, he's thrown as many balls as he has strikes.
The only blip on the radar
pitchers.
was when he clipped Stephen Kwan on a pitch down in the dirt, hit him on the foot back in the 6th inning. Outside of that, it was easy pickings, and now he's walked 2 out of 3 here in the 8th.
Well, and he's thrown 48 pitches, 24 balls, 24 strikes. Nothing's consistent.
Yeah, I don't think this was the plan, but they've got a right-hander up in the bullpen now.
No, but the infield, the infielders are doing their job. They don't even send the pitching coach out. Let's go. We got a 5-0 lead. Don't give them anything. Make them hit their way on. It's pretty simple, pretty basic. They only have 1 hit in the game. But that's all you need. That gets it going.
What did you say? Was it Billy or was it Earl Weaver? Throw it over the plate. This guy can't hit anyway.
That was Earl Weaver. Sitting down having a cigarette in the dugout yelling at you. Smoke coming out. Don't strike. Don't walk this guy. He can't hit. You can hear him.
You didn't need fans hooting on you.
No, you can hear the manager. He's sitting, well, maybe on the third step.
You didn't cover his mouth?
He was only 5 foot tall.
I knew you were going to. I knew it.
What?
He was a little guy, huh?
Yeah. We only got 2 more games to go.
Don't you start it. Forget about it.
The 3-1 is fouled out of play.
I'm calling a 20-second timeout.
Yes, we need it.
You need it.
Yeah. So Earl Weaver didn't cover his mouth when he was telling you stuff.
No. He didn't care.
And that's ball 4. This is incredible. He has walked the bases loaded, and Joe Espada's like, I don't have any choice. I have to take him out of the game.
Yeah, you can't let him back into the game. I mean, he had every right. His intention was, hey, let's see if he can finish this game. It was his day to pitch, coming out of the bullpen, and he's upset with himself now. So, yeah, it's time to get him out of there. The harder you try, sometimes the worse it is. So he's done for the night.
So Arrighetti.
Now look he's yelling at the umpire.
And he's been ejected by Mark Wagner, even though he's already been taken out of the game.
He's got nobody to blame but himself, and now he's trying to blame the umpire. That's not right.
I think Joe Espada knew it.
Yeah.
Anything he could do.
No.
He'll get a
got no one to blame but himself.
He'll get a little something deducted from his next paycheck.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a costly evening.
So anyway, timeout for a pitching change.
Oh, already?
We'll be right back.
That's my 20-second timeout.
Guardians Live presented by Toyota. Coming up after the ball game, Alan Jensen. Highlights, analysis, interviews, and more. Guardians trying to rally late. Bases loaded, 1 out. Kyle Manzardo coming up. Brian Abreu on to pitch.
Yeah, Arrighetti, I'll tell you what, he walked himself out of a ball game in that 8th inning. He walked Brennan to start it. He had struck out Bo Naylor on 3 pitches and then 2 consecutive walks after that.
And Joe Espada's going right to his strikeout guy. Brian Abreu, 101 strikeouts in 77 2/3 innings. He's punched out 100 in back-to-back seasons out of the bullpen.
I was going to say, just like Smith for us.
And now he can't throw a strike. It's 2-0.
See, now they brought the crowd into the game. They brought him into the game because they can't throw a strike.
Abreu hasn't thrown a fastball.
Right. And when you do, Oh, man, he helped him out.
Yeah, he did.
My goodness.
So 2-1.
Yeah. Hitters, they do that to themselves every time. You get that 2-0 count.
And he just threw a low dart. 2-2.
And that's when a pitcher gets a little confidence, when you can help him out. And he came right back and challenged him there. So he let him back into the count.
Aces loaded, 1 out. Manzardo 0 for 3 on the night. But he's been swinging the bat with a lot of confidence coming into tonight. Oh, he rung him up with a good breaking ball. Slider got him looking. 2 down. It appeared as though he was sitting on the fastball. Could not react to that slider.
Well, he was, because he missed with it early in the count. That just drops right in there. And you look at, he knew it. Oh. So that's the second out. Now you've got Jose coming.
Jose 0 for 2 with a walk. .98 at the knees. Strike 1. Slider missed low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jose just missed a home run his last time up. He sent Tucker to the wall in right field. Chops this one fair behind the bag. No, it's called foul.
Good. Get another chance.
Just a better look at it.
Well, it ended up in foul territory to begin with.
Yeah, it sure did.
I mean, it bounced down in foul, and then it just stayed right there, and it was a good call.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Crowd wants to see some action from Jose and company. Abreu trying to put out the fire. And now he steps away. And now we get another timeout. Yander Diaz saying, look, I know this guy. I was in the organization. Listen to me. Trust me. Wednesday night, Jose Ramirez hit a 3-run homer. That was what, 450 or nothing?
Yeah, it had to be.
It was mammoth.
Well, you need one to get you on the board, and you got Naylor up next. You need a back-to-back.
Outside, 2-2.
And that'll be gift runs because they walk the bases loaded.
Got away with a little bit of a hanger. It was away, and that's the only thing that probably saved him. That was the pitch he hit out the other night, and it was a spinner, but it was middle in.
Yeah, right here you just need a hit. You know, I know you want to think of the big fly here, but just take a single or a double, drive in a pair, and you're right back in the game. This is your shot, man, here in the 8th. And Jose, yeah, he's gonna settle in. He's going to work it and get himself an 8-9 pitch at bat, as he always does. But a base hit here goes a long way.
Two and 2 the count. And he pulled the string and got him. That was a nasty slider. He strikes him out to end the inning. Zach DeCenzo back in the 5th inning. Born in Canton, went to Marlington High School, played for the Buckeyes at Ohio State, and just clipped one straight out of here over the big wall in center field. Second big league home run. But for a kid who grew up just down the road, that one had to be extra special.
Yeah, you certainly would think so.
We're going to foul back. That's back out of play. Play. Baltimore, a 2-run homer from Ryan O'Hearn and a solo shot from Colton Cowser. 3-0 Orioles. They're going to the bottom of the 7th in Minnesota. Twins are running out of time. DeCenzo strikes out. Sobrowski gets him swinging one away.
To the plate now for the Astros, number 6.
If Baltimore wins, Kansas City is in. And that completes the American League playoff field. Fastball strike. The 100-loss Miami Marlins, fresh off of torturing the Twins in their home ballpark, are up in Toronto. They lead the Blue Jays 15-5 tonight.
They just got done beating Minnesota too, so they're playing well. They're ending the season the way they want to.
They may have the biggest story in baseball to me, and it's not about the players. It's about what happens to their manager after the end of the season, because he may be the best guy available.
He'll be at the top of a few wish lists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt.
And what you guys are saying says a lot. He's playing with a lot of guys that were in AAA and AA, and they're still playing hard. Like you said, that's the Twins.
Those are the teams sometimes
you don't want to
watch out for.
Right.
They've got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Out of play to the right.
All right, you look at that Miami roster, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but the top 4 or 5 hitters that were in their lineup in April and May and June, they're not even with the team anymore.
Right.
Their closer is gone.
Yeah, trying to build up that organization.
Yeah, they had a rise. They had Jazz Chisholm, Bell. They're all gone.
The right fielder, Dela Cruz.
Yeah, he's in Pittsburgh. Right.
Got him looking. Good backdoor breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sobrowski here in the ninth. Good pitch, just missed. And that's off to the right, out of play. In the air, right field. Will Brennan makes the catch. 1, 2, 3. The new pitcher for Houston is their closer, Josh Hader, former Milwaukee Brewer.
How about the decisions there? 8 wins, 8 losses.
I was just looking, Rick. That's got to be some come from behind wins late, maybe some extra inning action.
Oh, yeah. You know, in his 7 innings, 24 walks, but he's 34 out of 38.
Nothing. Astros lead it. And a big rip at a 94-mile-an-hour top of the zone fastball.
Arch, if you know that you could possibly see this team in the playoffs, you're Josh Naylor. You got to love to have an opportunity to have this at bat, don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I would think as I look at the guys that are coming up to hit, these are guys that you'd want up late in the game against them, and you'd want them to see them as much as you possibly can.
Well, I mean, this is hey, they're not going to change. They're going to come at you. I mean, you know, they got scouting reports. They do what they got to do.
Well, I had to tell somebody that at breakfast this morning. They were like, well, they won't play anybody this weekend. I go, well, there's only 28 guys on the roster. You got to play somebody.
Right. And they've got to get their work in. They're coming off an off day yesterday. So, you know, he wants to get his work in before the season's over. Even though they start on Tuesday.
That could also cut both ways, right? He could go out there and embarrass you, and you're like, well, I hope we don't play him again. You know what I mean?
That's a good point, too.
Or he could go out here and get rocked.
It's always nice to face a guy if you know you're going to run into him again. But you don't know that yet.
It doesn't mean you're going to get a hit the next time you see him.
Right.
The 2-2. Now the 2-2. And a good take.
And now Josh takes the timeout. I think Hader has the pitch comm on his belt, and it looked to me like prior to that step out by Naylor, he had gone back to call his own pitch.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you figure he might be sitting on something else after calling timeout. Throws in the heater and walk him.
Leadoff man aboard. What does he want, a new rosin bag?
Yeah, I think so. They have two out there. One's a little tackier than the other. They're looking for a different one.
That could not have been that hard to figure out. Mark Wegner had to walk almost the entire length out to the pitcher's mound before he realized what he was asking.
Yeah, but they have two back there. One, they're a little different. But, you know, it's rain. So
and after all that, he said, the heck with it.
The problem is
don't need it.
The problem is they threw the first two rosin bags out. There's only two left, so I'm getting yelled at because they were asking me.
Well, that's your fault. You probably took them.
Hey, I didn't take them. I got the bad ones in the trash can. I'm putting in your car.
Those aren't sunflower seeds.
So now Hader don't like. Great. Join the team.
Get in line. Paints the outside corner. In the dirt. It's just a little thing, but I just happen to notice when you watch Bo Naylor or Hedgie, when they go to that pitch comm, they cover it up with the glove, and he's covering it up now. But prior to that, he was out there just right out in the open trying to punch as many buttons as he could to try and figure out what Hader wanted to throw. There's a liner into center field. And Naylor stops at second. So the first two have reached here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, but if you see where Hader's got one on his belt, maybe he doesn't have to cover it up. But this one he got on a high fastball there. I like that swing.
You all right?
They got him in the rosin bag.
Jose's out there yelling.
Those are the old rosin bags. They found some new ones. But Jose was going to give them the old ones if they really wanted them.
Jose ready to throw it out there on the field. Here. Jim Wolf must have dug one up somewhere. Stephen Voigt's out going, what is going on? The great rosin delay. This has got to be trending toward one of the longest games of the year, by the way.
It is. You're right. A lot
No
of foul
doubt.
balls, and
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of pitches thrown in this ball game.
Get
To be a
used to it.
5-0 game, and we have 2 hits, but they do have 13.
Fastball strike. Yeah,
Trying to hold on, but David could not stop the bat. There's a ball driven to deep left field. Get down, headed into the corner. Josh Naylor scores. Lane Thomas flying into third. He'll stop there. It's an RBI double for David Fry. The Guardians are on the board. Boy, that ball was smoked.
He tried to stick that heater by him inside. He didn't get it in and out, and Fry just punished it. That was middle of the plate, and it was up. So he will get a double. They'll get him on the board. It's their third back-to-back hits here off Hader. After the leadoff walk, and you'll get Noel coming to the plate now. One more swing, and you could be in this ball game right back in it.
John Kenzie Noel coming to the plate. Swing and a miss. He started him with a slider down and in. Chased another one down low, and it's 0-2. Nobody out, second and third, last of the ninth, 5-1 Houston. Big Christmas has had some big hits, but lately he's been searching. That bounced in. So that's the first out of the inning. And we're going to get another pinch hitter. This will be Angel Martinez. Low fastball in there for a strike. And now already a 20-pitch inning for Hader. Angel Martinez chased the slider down low. It's 0-2 on him. Now they get a left-hander up in their bullpen. Weak ground ball towards second. Altuve spins, throws, and it's just in time. And Caratini did a nice job to just barely keep his foot on the bag for out number 2.
Yeah, that could have went awry.
A run comes home. It's 5-2.
Yeah, he backhanded that ball. Now, as he spins to throw it, stayed with that, and he pulls him off a little bit. Now, this is a catcher that's playing first, but he had the play. And it's not as easy as it looked. But they get their second run.
And the fourth consecutive pinch hitter of the inning is Brian Rocchio. Once again, the rain is falling. Hit in the air to deep center field. Back goes Myers. Makes the catch, and that'll do it. Guardians try to rally here in the ninth. They score a pair, but they fall by a final score of 5-2. As Houston officially takes the season series by winning the third game out of 4. And we got 2 games to go tomorrow and Sunday. Guardians go to 92-68. Man, Houston is 87-73. Ronel Blanco went 5 to get the win. He's 13-6. Joey Cantillo takes the loss. He finishes the regular season 2-4. So 5-2 is the final. We'll be back with you tomorrow night for Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series to wrap up the campaign. Stay tuned. Guardians Live postgame with Al Pawlowski, Jensen Lewis. It's coming up next.
Although some may try. We're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Welcome in to Guardians Live, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Tonight here in Cleveland, the Astros a winner 5-2. Guardians made it interesting late, but ultimately Houston's pitching just a little bit too much tonight as they take game 1 in this 3-game series. We welcome you in, Jensen Lewis, Al Pawlowski. So pitching the story tonight, Houston mainly pitching the story.
Yeah, it was. And Ronel Blanco, again, mentioned in the pregame, without him in the first half of the season, a lot of injuries to the Astro rotation. He stepped up big time, already a no-hitter under his belt. It looked that way the way he was going tonight, but he was clear of the story early on.
He did only give up 1 hit. He went 5 innings, did walk 3, struck out 2. Cleveland had some opportunities early against him in the bottom of the first inning, but for the most part, not a lot of solid contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think about his arsenal, a really good scoop there by Caratini on the double play. Keeping the ball down, a lot of late movement. Breaking ball was pretty solid. Did elevate a little bit, but good changeup going away. And, you know, for a guy that had to lead this rotation in the absence of Justin Verlander and then Framber Valdez going on the IL a couple of times, yeah, he really ascended to a bit of an ace and just out of necessity. So he has understood what it's like to pitch in big-time games, even though on the road here. Good little audition for him if they have to come back next weekend.
And Houston was able to get him a run early, too. So when you get a guy like Blanco, a run or two early, boy, it makes life so much easier, especially on the road. And here, you know, Joey Cantillo, think pitched that badly, he didn't really get much help from his defense.
Welcome to October Astro baseball. I don't know why Altuve was going there, but good aggressiveness. Yeah, he definitely did. So your leadoff double right there, and then Kyle Tucker, who has just been absolutely scorching hot. Mentioned coming in now, 340 his last 16. Usually you see him, he make that play, but now the Astros in business.
So they were able to get runners at the corner. Sack fly makes it 1-0 Houston, and now you give Blanco the early lead and a cushion to pitch with. But Joey Cantillo, he had to get some extra outs tonight himself, and he was able to do that.
Yeah, elevate the fastball, and I always look at this a couple of ways. When these games, and yes, the Guardians can still have a chance at the 1 seed coming into tonight, so you still have your pedal, to the metal. I love where Joey Cantillo was forced to make adjustments very early, because if indeed he's going to be a bullpen arm and come out, you got to be ready from pitch number 1. Kind of a little bit of real-world action for him right from pitch number 1 with Jose Altuve leading off the first.
And a high pitch count early tonight, again, because he had to throw a few more pitches than probably what he should have. For the Houston Astros, home runs in the 5th inning were a story as well. They got a couple of them. This ultimately made it 5-0, a lead that Cleveland would not overcome. DeZenzo, a local kid, able to send one out, and Vic Caratini also sending one out.
Yeah, again, this one, his 8th of the season for Caratini, made it 4-0, and that one just carried a little bit, even with the rain starting to pick up. And then, yes, the pride of Alliance, Ohio, Zach DeCenzo, all 6'4" of him right there, and Eli Morgan knew he gave up a mistake. That's big boy territory right there, Al. 8th time Houston has gone back-to-back homers this year, and that was really all she wrote offensively, because they had plenty at the top of the order. That's your bread and butter. That's without Yordan Alvarez. Remember that. He's usually been hitting in the 2 spot. When he comes back in the playoffs, you probably see Kyle Tucker slide down a little bit, and that's why Houston has been on such a roll in the second half.
Top 6 on fire tonight for the Houston Astros. As you can see, bottom third didn't do much, but they didn't need to do much when the top 6 were able to deliver like they did. So Cleveland was down 5-0. Bottom of the 8th inning, they loaded the bases with 1 out, didn't score. Bottom of the 9th inning, they threatened. They did score, just not enough. So, here's the good news. You got Josh Hader in there. You're working him. You're getting walks out of him. And, Jensen, you're getting some looks against this guy that you're probably seeing next weekend.
Told it to you up here in the booth. Our man, Chris Jimenez, texting us the same thing. We were all in the same mindset here of invaluable and really crunch time experience for hitters, because likely going to be in these scenarios moving forward. So to get nearly half the lineup and a lot of your young guys to at least get a look at them in some pressure-packed ABs. Angel Martinez almost beats this one out, by the way, because of forcing Altuve to make an almost errant throw there. But I love it. Seeing these guys have to do competitive at-bats, and you drive up the pitch count a little bit so you see the full arsenal from Josh Hader. That's a win. Okay, you didn't win the game, but I agree with G, and you and I were talking about it too. That's invaluable stuff there for this group to be able to take with him into next weekend.
And I know he's got to get his work, Hader, but as you said, you're getting a look. You're giving Cleveland a look at him a week before they're probably going to see him in the postseason.
I was just surprised that why would you bring him in there? I had 5-run lead. It's not even a save situation. Leave him for 7, 8, 9. If it gets hairy, it did. But man, oh man, we'll take that one for the Cleveland
Guardians
side.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, when we come back here on Guardians Live, much more ahead as Houston a winner tonight, 5-2. It was raining, then it stopped. Ultimately, the Astros win it 5-2 in regulation. 9-inning game tonight. We've got more in moments.
It's been said you shouldn't mess with a good thing.
Guardians Live is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. By Toyota of Kent, Northeast Ohio's truck and SUV headquarters. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Cards fall to the Astros tonight. 5-2 is the final score here at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Let's take a look at our BetMGM against the spread. So the Astros were the team to take tonight against the spread. Also on the money line, under 8 is barely, but it is a win.
One more spread number here. Cleveland, 2 million or more fans.
How about that?
Over 2 million fans for attendance. Got a couple more dates to go. Shout out to the fans. It's been a great atmosphere. Another sellout again tonight.
14 sellouts this season here in Cleveland. It's been fantastic to watch this team play. Very entertaining. It's also been fun here in September to watch Joey Cantillo develop. Even tonight, when he had to go out a little bit early, pitch count got to run up a little bit. You and I both thought he made some nice pitches and some key moments.
Yeah, not a lot of loud outs tonight, Al, and what that means for people scoring at home, missing barrels and really creating weak contact situations, but some free air conditioning all the way around tonight. Didn't need it with less humidity, but we'll take it. It's a generous offer from Joey Cantillo. As much as you look at him in a starting role, you got to believe that stuff's going to amp up its velocity, that adrenaline in October baseball. That stuff's going to play. Like, that fastball is going to create a lot of ability to go north and south with the off-speed pitches. I think he learned a little something to take with him into next weekend. 7
strikeouts today, and he didn't even go a full 4 innings, so that says a lot about how good his stuff was. Let's go downstairs now and check in with Joey Cantillo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I kept the run total down too much. But yeah, I think just threw a lot of pitches, just was not very sharp for the most part for the entirety of the game. Just deep counts, falling behind, didn't execute a lot, so just wasn't that good. And then obviously the finish there, it just wasn't as sharp as I needed to be. Fell behind, made some tough pitches. But yeah, no, I just think overall it wasn't a very sharp outing from a consistency standpoint.
Closer to the postseason, are you preparing yourself as a starter, you have experience coming out of the limited? What's your approach there?
Yeah, no, I think I'll just be ready to throw whenever they ask me to throw. I don't think. I think it's just I think everyone in there is just trying to be ready for whenever their name is called, whatever capacity that is. You got to be ready to go. So, and I think obviously Houston's a good team and a team that will be in the postseason. So, it's about taking what you learned today and then just being better. But I think overall it wasn't. I didn't pitch how I know I could pitch, and then that's put the team in a bad spot. That's not your job as a starter.
When you think that you might be facing these guys again in just a few days, what did you take from that?
Yeah, I think you just got to execute. I mean, at least speaking for myself here, I got to execute better, and I just got to be sharper. I wasn't very sharp tonight, so I think we executed on our game plan, and I just do a better job and execute the pitches I'm supposed to execute. I think we'll have a better result and at least be able to give the team a better chance to win the game and not fall behind like that. So today not a great day. That's on me. So, but yeah, you take it. You learn from it, and then you execute on your adjustments.
All right. Well, he wasn't finding much positive with his outing. I think we found a lot of positives with his outing, but saying the right things as a kid, saying he's got to get better, et cetera. But 7 strikeouts, you're doing something right to get 7 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings.
Yeah, most of the regulars too. So also a glass half full approach right there. But I think he takes a lot more once he goes back and watches the video of execution was much better than maybe the results really laid out.
All right, when we come back on Guardians Live, we'll check in with the manager, Stephen Vogt, get his thoughts on tonight's game. As Cleveland falls to Houston 5-2 in the final weekend series of the regular season. 2 games left. Cleveland's still in it, though, for the number 1 seed, but they got to win 2, and the Yankees have to lose 2.
This is you, and this is your powerful hunch.
Guardians Live is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Spectrum, a connection that's built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Rain on and off all day and into the evening here in Cleveland, but we got 9 innings in. Houston comes out on top. 5-2 is the final over Cleveland. 2 more games left here at Progressive Field in the regular season, then about a week off before Cleveland begins the divisional round in the postseason. Welcome back, Jensen and Al. Let's send it downstairs now and check in with the manager. It's brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Here's Stephen Vogt.
You know, I thought he threw the ball pretty well overall. They made him work. You know, I think they had a good plan against him. They took the changeup away from him early, and so he was really having to rely on fastball, slider, curveball, and they got his pitch count up there. He did a good job dodging damage for the most part, and just unfortunately ran out of pitches.
You said that, I think, in the second half, too, that you kind of tell he was falling off fastballs. What do you think in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a really good learning experience for him. That, you know, he's got 3 other very good pitches, and there's going to be nights where teams like that take it away from you. You know, they did a great job shooting his fastball the other way, sitting on changeup. It felt like Bo did a great job recognizing that early, and like I said, I think it's going to be a really good growing game for Joey.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this is an awkward time for this question, but looking at your everyday lineup, you guys have been fairly healthy except for Stephen Kwan going on the injury list a couple times. So what do you attribute that to?
Our players' preparation, our players' dedication to keeping themselves healthy, and our medical staff and strength and conditioning staff. They do a great job of monitoring them, keeping them moving, and doing a great job. And we've been very fortunate in that area.
All right, so that's Stephen Vogt tonight. So with Cleveland wrapping up a top 2 seed, as we've talked about for a while, the American League playoff picture is almost set.
Yep.
Let's take a look at some of the scores from tonight in both the American and the National Leagues that are important scores. So Detroit wins, they clinch a playoff spot. First time in 10 years. Baltimore is about to beat Minnesota, so
Minnesota's eliminated.
They're done. San Diego over Arizona, big in the National League. Atlanta over Kansas City, 3-0. The Royals slide continues. Here's the thing, though. The National League, Jensen, is really messed up, for lack of a better term, for that Monday doubleheader that's looming with the Mets and Braves.
And if that Mets score holds, it's going to be pretty likely they got to play Monday because of the tie-breaking scenarios in play, and Kansas City will back in to a postseason spot if that Minnesota score holds as well. San Diego wins. They're the number 4 seed on the National League side. And here's your AL playoff picture. As you mentioned, number 1 seed mathematically alive. Yankees got to lose both. Cleveland's got to win both. But that's pretty much your field. And all that's left, well, Detroit or Kansas City, where are they going to be, 5 or 6? That's all left to be decided.
And the way it's shaping up right now, it appears, of course, that Detroit's going to be that 5 seed, Kansas City the 6. And the way that Kansas City has gone in the month of September, is there any confidence at all of them going down to Houston and winning a best-of-3 series this week?
Well, I mean, Kansas City has the tiebreaker over Detroit, so we'll see how these next 2 days play out. What I'm intrigued about is if you're Baltimore or Houston, do you want to face Skubal or do you want to face Reagans in Game 1?
Great question. Then you got Lugo for Kansas City, but the Royals have been so down of late.
Yeah.
It just seems like they're just going
Detroit's
south.
hot.
Detroit is
the clock going to strike midnight, though?
We'll find that out. That's the great thing about Major League Baseball and the October playoffs.
Cover your ears, Bob.
When we come back, we'll wrap it up. David Fry, a pinch hit double in the 9th inning, but it was the Astros that came out on top, 5-2.
The first time you tried Bounce,
Guardians Live is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Another sellout tonight in Cleveland, 14th sellout of the year. Over 2 million fans have come through the gates here at Progressive Field, and still 2 more games remain. First time since 2017. Attendance has gone over 2 million. Great job, fans. All right, let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow here at the ballpark. We'll be with you on Valley Sports Great Lakes for Guardians Live at 5:30. It is Justin Verlander against Ben Lively.
Now, Verlander may be pitching for a postseason spot, and right now he's not in your postseason rotation for the wild card series, knowing how deep the Astro rotation has gone. Ben Lively remains to be seen. What do they do? Do they have him as a number 3 starter on the road in a division series setup? He has been as good as anybody, and I think that's something to file away, that you need someone who can kind of hold the line, especially in those postseason games, but he has been fantastic all year round.
Again, Lively, Cantillo, piggyback, something to
could be.
All right, that's a wrap for us here tonight at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Astros come out on top 5-2. Jeff Platts directed, Mike Bachman produced. You are Jensen Lewis.
Hey, happy field day. Great job, Progressive. Man, I can remember 2008. It was a long time ago, though.
Yep. It's been Progressive Field since 08. We had fun with them tonight, and that's a wrap. I'm Al Pulowski. See you tomorrow, 5:30. Have a good one.
Room with a view. That's what you get with the powerful...